Hola, 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 hola. Sí, probando. Hola, hola, sí, probando. Eso habrá que subirlo un poco más, ¿no? Eso habrá que subirlo un poco más, ¿no? Sí. Creo que está en polivalente. Ha llamado a Conchi. ¿Cómo? Pero no, lo tienes que poner en la capturadora. Sí, porque... Y ahora ten cuidado que te va a reventar. Hola, hola. Ahí está, me estoy enterando hasta yo. Bueno, ahora te ha pasado. Bueno, no pasa nada, eso lo vamos viendo. Ahí, hola, hola, hola. ¿Vale?
Good morning. Once again, it is a pleasure for me to welcome you to our International Conference on Economics and Public Budgeting for Equal Opportunities between Women and Men, with which we seek to continue promoting gender equality in the budget policy of the Andalusian regional government. I would like to begin, of course, by thanking all of you who are here today at this 10th edition of this conference for your interest in attending, because by being here, you are reaffirming your interest in our aim in holding it. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to our speakers who have come to Seville to enlighten us with their knowledge and experience in the management of EU funds and gender equality. Thank you for coming, and I hope you will also have time to visit the city if you haven't already done so and enjoy all the city has to offer. And thirdly, I would also like to thank those of you who are listening to us via the internet, who are going to follow the conference remotely, thanks to the advantages and facilities offered by new technologies, which we always try to make available to the public. I would like to invite all of you to participate and to send us your questions if you are attending remotely. As you know, the Andalusian regional government has been promoting and using gender budgeting to improve the lives of Andalusian women and men for many years now. The public budget allows us to design and execute a more efficient public budget that adapts to the realities and needs of the people, taking into account that there are inequalities between women and men that we must identify and be aware of if we are to overcome them with our gender-sensitive public policies. These inequalities interfere with other realms, such as the socio-economic situation, urban or rural environment, disabilities, etc. And we seek to know to what extent and at what point these variables have an influence in order to design solutions through public policy. In fact, we have been making progress on this path for 2 decades now, as this December marks 20 years since the Andalusian Parliament recognized the need to take a further step towards achieving real equality between women and men in Andalusian society, beyond merely formal equality. To this end, the Andalusian Parliament has fostered gender equality, and this pioneering and innovative determination at the time was endorsed by the drafting and approval of Law 18, passed on December 29, 2003, which approved fiscal and administrative measures, which establishes the obligation to issue a gender impact report for the budget law. And then, subsequently, Law 12, passed on November 26, 2007, promoted gender equality and took up this mandate, developing it in coherence with the reality of Andalusian society and public administration. Our government program, and for our regional premier, Juan Manuel Moreno, has declared that equal opportunities between men and women is an essential and fundamental objective for the construction of a truly egalitarian Andalusia. For this reason, we must improve the gender perspective in budget planning in order to contribute to greater economic growth and to advance equal opportunities between men and women. Thus, a budget responsible for gender equality is understood as a powerful tool for transformation due to its horizontal nature to all public policies. Over time, we have been promoting gender budgeting, and we have observed important changes and many advances and good results, both in terms of reducing significant gender gaps in the social, labor, and political spheres, as well as in our public institutions. Of the advances and improvements resulting from the application of public policies that have an integrated gender dimension, we see that the data in our Gender Impact Assessment Report has shown that both in the field of employment, in political representation positions, women in research and innovation, and young people with lower dropout rates, and the increase in paternity leave show that there are a wide range of indices and indicators that show us that budget planning with gender equality objectives is the right way to move forward. The budget and gender strategy also allows us to advance in the institutional sphere, providing sustainable and innovative solutions. Both green budgeting and gender budgeting have meant challenges for public administration staff who continue to reinforce and consolidate their capacities to understand and incorporate these dimensions in the technical and political proposals and the solutions we adopt. As of today, the budget programs that are about to be passed for next fiscal year, 2024, the budget programs have experienced an improvement in gender equality, and the G+ policies are defending gender equality with greater accuracy and more effective response to the specific difficulties that men and women present in their lives. The modification of the law 2007 was modified by Law 9 in 2018, and this promoted the new section in which the Court of Auditors, which is carrying out audits annually, which is an opportunity to have a systematic review of the different elements of the budget with a gender perspective, together with the Regional Ministry of Economy, Finance and European Funds, and the rest of the regional ministries and instrumental entities that jointly prepare the Gender Impact Assessment Report. We have found that the Court of Auditors' observations and recommendations on the implementation of the gender budget is fulfilling a mandate, and it is also very constructive. It has helped us to improve and advance in all of the elements of gender budgeting, to eliminate inequalities and promote equality between women and men in Andalusian society. And even more, Andalusia is not alone on this path, but follows the guidelines and orientations of international organizations that constantly lend insight on the advantages and benefits of applying this approach. These institutions propose new tools and methodologies which are constantly being renewed and transformed. The European Commission, the European Parliament, the European Institute for Gender Equality, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or the International Monetary Fund are reference bodies with which we have been collaborating and participating in order to modernize and coordinate government initiatives and our efforts at European level. In particular, the OECD, in its reports updated to 2023, continues to insist that tackling gender inequalities, in addition to their intrinsic value and being an imperative principle for public administration, also contributes to economic growth, productivity, competitiveness, and sustainability of economies. The OECD estimates that closing the gender gap in labor market participation and the gap in working hours could, on average, boost GDP in OECD countries by 9.2% by 2060, adding around 0.23 percentage points to average annual growth. To achieve these outcomes and close gender gaps requires a whole-of-government approach that accompanies and aligns legal, regulatory, public policy, and budgetary decisions. Of course, all the progress and improvements we have made over the years do not imply that everything has already been achieved and that we've reached our goals. All of us in this audience know that there are still gaps to be filled and public policy challenges to be faced in order to achieve a more egalitarian, efficient, and sustainable society that improves our quality of life, and above all, that of those who need it most in Andalusia. The official statistics from the European Union, the National Institute of Statistics, and the Institute of Statistics and Cartography of Andalusia give us proof of all of the gender gaps and policy challenges that still lie ahead of us. Unfortunately, the newspapers and television news also bear witness to the needs when it comes to, for example, reducing the violence against women. It is therefore we need the support to implement budgets that clearly and reliably identify the realities and needs of men and women, and then measure those needs and see how indicators allow us to subsequently assess which way we need to work on and where we need to continue to insist. EU funds have always been a very important policy tool in Andalusia because they channel a substantial amount of budget resources into the region, allowing us to make progress on the EU's long-term priorities in all its areas of action. In recent years, their importance has clearly grown because of the increase in the volume of funding for recovery from the pandemic. For this reason, it has become more necessary than ever that we study them in detail and reflect on the margins for improvement that can be found so that we can build the Andalusia we want and improve people's lives, but without deepening and reproducing existing gender inequalities. because policies are not gender neutral. They either transform gender relations or they build on existing ones and reproduce the existing gaps. We have already seen in previous conferences that the pandemic has had different consequences and impacts for women and men, and an increase in certain inequalities in the field of employment, the care economy, digitization, etc. But it is now a matter of ensuring that the economic recovery and social and technological transformation offered by the investments of EU funds are translated into making the most of all of our resources to their maximum potential. And this means that these funds will allow us to incorporate men and women, young and old, from all regions of Andalusia equally into the opportunities that are opening up. An investment of nearly 8.5 billion euros, including co-financing of nearly 1.3 billion euros through the European Regional Development Fund, the European Social Fund, and the Just Transition Fund, and the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development. In this sense, one of the simplest keys to leaving no one behind is that the utilization of EU funds complies with equality regulations and cascades down to the actions that are implemented. European regulations include the principle of gender mainstreaming in the governing of funds. In Andalusia, we also have regional regulations on gender equality and against gender violence. Laws 12, 2007, and 13, 2007, together with the sectoral planning approved by the Governing Council, which are the beacons of reference for defining priorities, actions, and equality measures. All of the EU funds are the ERDF funds, for example, with some 4.4 billion euros, and the European Social Fund Plus, with an allocation of 2.1 billion euros, have their own funding priorities. And all these priorities correspond to areas of action in which there are articulated mandates for the promotion of gender equality in Andalusia and for the prevention and comprehensive protection against gender-based violence, in particular the European Social Fund Plus. So as we will see in the interventions of our speakers today, the European Social Fund Plus is the main tool we have to mainstream gendered equality in full employment, recognizing and incorporating the care economy and correcting vertical segregation in the Andalusian labor market. In the promotion of education and training systems, we need to address the existing professional gender segregation in strategic sectors such as the technological, digital, and scientific sectors, and the feminization of the health and children's education sectors. The funds must also tackle the feminization of poverty and the priority of promoting social inclusion and health. On their behalf, the European Regional Development Funds, ERDF, and the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development, the EAFRD, are going to be, as we're going to see today, priority in areas for the field of tourism and agriculture, which are priority economic sectors in our community. Therefore, we need to realize that the decisions that we make on our expenditures are going to affect men and women differently. And this has a consequence in our economy. So this perspective will allow us to make our public funding decisions better, more efficiently, and ensuring that we implement measures that contribute to the advancing of gender equality and not reinforce existing inequalities between men and women as reflected in official statistics. Now, I would like to briefly present the conference agenda with the participants that represent the different national and international institutions with ample experience and knowledge in the planning and management of European funds in connection with gender budgeting. We will start the session with a panel of speakers in which we stop to recognize the opportunity presented by the European Union budget and European funds to advance gender equality. Rogelio Abarquero, auditor at the European Court of Auditors, Alexandra Powells, researcher at the European Parliament, and Carolyn Meyers, representative of the Government of Flanders in Belgium, will convey the connections between gender budgeting and the implementation of European funds programs that contribute to promoting gender equality in European society. This session will be moderated by Alicia Del Olmo, head of the Gender and Budgeting Project of the Foundation for the Public Budget Study Foundation under the auspices of the Regional Ministry of Economy, Finance and European Funds, and organizer of the conference. After a 30-minute coffee break, we will then move on to another panel on the management of EU funds with a gender perspective at the regional level, which will be chaired by María del Mar García, head of the European Funds Programming Service, and will have on its panel Pilar Garrido, European Funds Coordinator for the Regional Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Rural Development of the Regional Government of Andalusia, Inacio Alguacil, responsible for the management of European programs for the Vice Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food Policy of the Basque Government in Spain, and Maria Jesus Moreno, Technical Advisor of the Regional Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sport of the Andalusian Government, and Cesar Martín, Head of the Information Management and Processing Services of the Andalusian Employment Service. This panel will show how different European funds are framed in a favorable light for the promotion of gender equality and some of the ways their legal mandate can be articulated toward specific actions in different areas of public policy. Areas that we have selected for their interest and relevance to the Andalusian reality, such as employment, agriculture, and rural development or tourism, which are policies with a particularly high impact in our autonomous community. I hope and trust that all these presentations will be of great interest to you and prove useful to you for your work, and they will also inspire us all to continue improving and innovating in the performance of the responsibilities we have, both here in Andalusia as well as abroad, with the intention of having a beneficial and positive impact on the citizens of Andalusia. Without further ado, I give the floor to the chair of our first roundtable panel discussion, Alicia del Olmo. Thank you very much, Enrique. Thank you very much, and a very good morning, one and all. We are preparing the commencement of the first session. I would like to greet everyone who is here present in the auditorium, as well as to all of those who are following us online. We are now going to open the first panel of the day, but before doing so, I would like to remind you that both those who are here in the auditorium as well as those who are following us on this streaming, we have simultaneous interpretation in Spanish and English. You will have received instructions on how to download the application for interpretation, and if you have any problems, you can follow the event on our website. And if you are on the application, you can change channels from Spanish to English or vice versa. If you have any problem whatsoever with the interpretation channels, you can ask our staff here in the hall or ask our technical staff who are managing the broadcast and are on the chat in the streaming channel. After having made this brief announcement, I would like to proceed to this first panel, which is the opportunity for advancement in gender budgeting with the EU funds. We have the Secretary General, who in his opening speech spoke of Andalusia from the very beginning, has taken on the recommendations, guidelines, and practices of the European and international organizations and administrations in order to advance in integrating gender equality mechanisms into Andalusian public policies through the budget. For this reason, today we have an international panel where we will be able to share experiences and learn in this matter of utmost importance for the advancement of gender equality in the autonomous community of Andalusia. Now, at the international level, as you well know, there is a great deal of accumulated knowledge on the application of gender budgeting. As currently goes, gender budgeting is already applied in more than 60% of OECD countries and more than half of the countries of the European Union. The inclusion of gender equality mechanisms is a way for us to assess whether we are accomplishing the aims we set out to accomplish. And so the international institutions and the European Institute for Gender Equality states that gender budgeting is a mechanism to determine whether governments' gender equality commitments are translated into budgetary commitments. And in the case of EU funds, gender budgeting not only makes it possible to comply with the requirements and obligations regarding equality between women and men established by the regulations of the EU funds, but it also helps to ensure that the mandates of states or regional laws, such as those derived from the Andalusian Law 12/2007 for gender equality between men and women, are transferred to the implementation of European funds. On the other hand, gender budgeting also favors higher quality implementation of EU funds, whilst also promoting greater effectiveness and efficiency in achieving the aims of the funds themselves. So ultimately, gender budgeting contributes to improving the planning, the implementation, and the monitoring of EU funds, whilst ensuring that inequalities between men and women are not perpetuated. So within this context, audit institutions and parliaments, amongst other stakeholders in civil society, but in today's case, we're going to be talking about parliaments and territorial institutions and how they play a key role in monitoring and accountability in relation to the implementation of gender equality commitments in public finance. For this reason, we are accompanied today by two representatives from two different institutions, the European Court of Auditors and the European Parliament, who will enlighten us on the audit and monitoring work they are carrying out on the integration of the requirements of equality between men and women in the different programs of European funding. They are Rogelio Abarquero Grossi, Senior Auditor at the European Court of Auditors, and Alexandra Powells, Researcher at the European Parliament's Budgetary Affairs Research Office. Also at this international roundtable discussion, and to provide a counterpoint with an experience from practical application viewpoint, we have Carolyn Meyers, representative from the government of Flanders, who will present the case for gender mainstreaming in the European Social Fund as it is done in her region's administration. I would like to sincerely thank and welcome all of you once again for being here today and for coming all the way to Seville today. So first, I would like to, with great pleasure, introduce our first speaker, Mr. Rogelio Abarquero. Rogelio holds a degree in Business Administration and Management from the University of Valladolid. He has an MBA from the European Management Program of the University of Deusto and holds several professional certifications, including Certified Internal Auditor, Certified Government Auditing Professional, and Certified Risk Management in Accountability, etc. Rogelio began his professional career in 1999 working as an internal auditor at Société Générale in France, followed by a position at the European Commission in Brussels, and then in Madrid at Banco Santander. In 2003, he joined the European Court of Auditors in Luxembourg as an auditor in the field of sustainable use of natural resources, responsible for financial and compliance audits. In 2010, he was assigned to the position of internal auditor in Rome at the F.A.O. for a period of 2 years. And on his return to the European Court of Auditors, he was team leader for compliance audits in the fields of external development aid. Since 2017, he has been team leader for performance audits and has been responsible, among others, for the European Court of Auditors report on gender mainstreaming in the EU budget and the annual report on the performance of the EU budget. So, without further ado, I give the floor to Rogelio. Thank you very much, Alicia. If you don't mind, I'm going to take my place at the podium for my presentation. Hello and good morning. I would like to thank Alicia for your kind introduction. You really gave a very comprehensive overview of my career, and I appreciate that. I would also like to thank Mari Carmen, Eduardo, and all of the staff who have assisted me in preparing this presentation, and Enrique Rodriguez Varo, who has also assisted me in this task. It is a pleasure to be here in Seville, and after being in Luxembourg, the climate and the weather here is absolutely marvelous, a wonderful change from the weather in Luxembourg. But Seville is at the vanguard of gender budgeting, and I'm not saying that because I'm here in Seville, but rather because it is absolutely true that in the European Commission in Brussels and the meetings they've had with the social inclusion regional minister have said that how things are done in Andalusia is a benchmark. I've also talked to Jose Enrique in Washington. They also mention Andalusia. The OECD in Paris, Andalusia is always mentioned as a case of good practice. So that means that things are being done properly, effectively, and you are really at the cutting edge of policy making with gender responsive budgeting. So having said that, I would like to present my institution. I work at the European Court of Auditors, and it is located in Luxembourg, not in Brussels, and it's an external independent body of the European Union. Therefore, we have two different types of auditings, which are financial and compliance audits, but we also have results-based audits, which are management audits. And the report I'm going to talk about today is a management audit in which the EU has integrated into the EU policy making. Also, if you have any questions throughout my presentation, please don't hesitate to raise your hand and ask me questions. I would be delighted to answer any questions and make it a dynamic, interactive presentation. That's what we're here for. I'm going to divide my presentation into 4 parts. First of all, why did we perform this audit? I'm going to give you some of the reasons behind that. Then we're going to look at the scope and the approach of the audit itself. Then what did we actually find in our work? And then we're going to talk about follow-up and recommendations. We can start by saying that one of the fundamental values of the Treaty on the European Union is gender equality, and so that in itself is reason for performing this audit. However, it's also important to say that we need to look at all of the international commitments that we have acquired over time. The EU, together with the United Nations, is mandated to include gender equality in its policymaking. And then, of course, the EU is also an important driver of economic growth. And so that's why since 2020, we have, for the first time, a new strategy, which is the 2025 strategy, which includes gender mainstreaming. But I would like to focus on something which is that of the economic growth driver. For example, we have this illustration that I share with you, which is a map showing where the highest percentages of economic growth in GDP that is conditioned by gender responsive measures. And this can be achieved by 2050 by mobilizing 12% of the GDP. We can see that those countries in the different color schemes are differentiated, therefore showing how important it is for gender mainstreaming to contribute to economic growth. So, for example, to put this into context, we need to make sure that our audits reflect that. So what did we have to audit? What did we have to monitor? Well, it had to be a cross-cutting audit that it not only specific policies or specific measures, for example, how to close the gap of gender inequality, but also programs and those instruments that we could put in place within programs, which I'm sure many of you are already familiar with. And in order to do that, we had to do this in different stages. First, we had to look at the Commission's framework for gender mainstreaming in the EU budget. Secondly, the EU budget cycle, and then some of the EU funding programs. To evaluate the attention given to gender equality in the framework of the European structural and investment funds, we needed to ensure that all of the public institutions were committed to gender equality, and that commitment had to be passed at the highest legislative level. And in the institutional framework, we had to make sure that there was coordination in the application of these strategies. These were the criterion that we used, and here is how we saw how it was part and parcel of an entire cycle, a budget cycle. So you can see here that we follow the criterion that are adopted by the OECD and the Council of Europe. So these are not criterion that we invented, but rather that we have embraced from other institutions. Then we have the total cycle from the design of the policies, their implementation, execution, follow-up, and reporting. So first of all, we had to make sure that there was a gender analysis in the actual proposals, budget proposals themselves, and then identify objectives that are gender responsive in the framework of the EU budget performance. All of this to contribute to the decision-making process. And now we're going to look at, if you have any questions, please feel free to stop me at any time. And of course, we will have a Q&A session afterwards if you come up with questions throughout my presentation. So perhaps this is the more negative part of my presentation, because we're going to talk about things that perhaps did not work so well. That is, we found that there was little information, little attention to gender analysis in the policies and programs. And there was really not many action plans put in place that had to do with gender-related objectives. And then in terms of responsibilities, we found that the equality strategy did not sufficiently promote integration, and it was not really well coordinated. So there were, as I said, a lot of shortfalls. There were a lot of deficiencies detected, and in this particular case, it did not meet our expectations. Well, in the EU budget cycle, what did we found? We found that there was really little attention to the gender analyses in the policies and programs, the little use of sex disaggregated data, few indicators, and in terms of reporting, very, very few and limited gender-related objectives were explained in the budget performance framework. And thirdly, we looked at some of the EU funding programs, and what did we find there? For example, in each of these different areas, we found that in these different programs, both in terms of quantitative and qualitative information, there were few indicators on gender-related issues. And then if we look at the sums that were allocated to gender-responsive policies, we can see that in the vast majority, there was very little or no information on these gender-related areas, gender equality areas. For example, in the gender perspective area, we had very little information to rely upon in terms of kinds of projects. And at the bottom line, we had specific programs with specific gender-related objectives. So generally speaking, around 70% of those projects had little or no information to provide us on gender equality objectives. So some of the EU funding programs that are funded by European structural and investment funds, we know that gender mainstreaming is facilitated when there are established legal requirements. Not in all cases, but in most cases, this legal requirement is there. As I said, this is the case for the European structural and investment funds. In those, there are in their general regulations legal mandates, both for ERDF and EAFRD. There is a legal mandate for gender mainstreaming. However, in Pillar 1 of CAP for the Common Agricultural Policy, there is no legal mandate, and there was no kind whatsoever of reference to gender mainstreaming. So that's where the differentiation occurs between positive and negative outcomes. What was the conclusion that we drew? Well, we found that the Commission had not yet fulfilled its commitment to gender mainstreaming in the EU budget. That is a pretty negative conclusion to draw, but it was needed to lead to recommendations for change. And these are the 4 recommendations we came up with: strengthening the institutional framework for gender mainstreaming, conduct gender analyses, thirdly, collect and analyze sex disaggregated data, and use gender-related objectives and indicators. Moving on to the 5th recommendation would improve communication of information on funds allocated and used to support equality. So for all programs, there has to be a communication of, for example, in this particular project, there has to be a mechanism or a methodology adopted so that the funds allocated are used to support equality. And lastly, we made a recommendation as to assess whether the recovery and resilience mechanism addresses the issue of gender equality and report on the results of this assessment. To come to a closing, we have the presentation to the European Parliament and the Council of our follow-up report, and we have presented it to the European Parliament, to the different stakeholders, to Mr. Evaristrum, and we also, in my own capacity as auditor of the European Court of Auditors, we have presented it to different stakeholders. And these recommendations will be followed up in 3 years, and then we will decide whether these recommendations have been followed, have been taken up, or if further changes need to be made. On my behalf, that is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you, Alicia, and thank you to all of the audience for your attention. Thank you, Rogelio, for your presentation. Not to worry, I'm sure there will be questions afterwards. But before that, we are going to give the floor to Alexandra Powells, and then we will proceed to the Q&A session.
Alexandra Powells, thank you very much for being here. She's of Dutch origin with a degree in cultural studies, political history, and international relations from the University of Utrecht. She also holds a master's degree with special distinction in peace and conflict studies from the University of Ghent. Her work at the European institutions began as a policy assistant in the Directorate General for International Cooperation and Development of the European Commission. Then she moved to her current position as a researcher in the Budgetary Affairs Directorate of the European Parliament. She is in charge of drafting instructions, including those related to the integration of the European development funds in the multi-annual financial framework 21-27, statistics on the gender pay gap, or gender budgeting in national parliaments. And she carries out research related to the European Union budget with a special focus on the areas of gender equality, fraud, and the rule of law. Alexandra, you've got the power.
Thank you very much for inviting me for this panel. I will speak in English because I don't speak Spanish. Can I have the... so I will give an overview of gender budgeting and gender equality in the European Union. First, I will talk about the legal foundation in the treaties on gender equality. Then I will focus on gender budgeting and the methodology on the EU level. And I will finish with an overview of different examples of gender equality or gender budgeting spending in the different funds. So gender equality was already established in the Treaty of Rome in 1957 with regard to equal pay for equal work. Since then, a series of EU laws, which are directives, have broadened the principle of gender equality, and especially on topics like working conditions, social security, access to goods and services, work-life balance, maternity protection, parental leave, and equal treatment in work in a self-employed capacity. With the Treaty of Lisbon, this part was even further established and was set out in Articles 2, which are on the presentation, 3 of the Treaty on the European Union, and Articles 8, 10, 19, 153, and 157 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union. This shows that it's well established in the treaties for gender equality. Gender equality is also part of the key principles of the European Pillar of Social Rights. Its objective is the right to equal pay for equal work of equal value. Equality of treatment and opportunities between women and men in all areas, including in the labor market, terms and conditions of employment, and career progression. Over the years, the European Commission has adopted strategies for equality between men and women. The latest gender equality strategy, which covers the period 2020 to 2025, presents policy objectives and actions to make significant progress by 2025 towards a gender equal Europe. One of the tools for this is the gender budgeting. And the European Commission has developed a methodology to measure expenditure relating to gender equality at programming level in the multi-financial framework for 2021 to 2027. The idea behind this is to further reinforce gender mainstreaming and to also start tracking the spending related to gender mainstreaming. The Commission themselves say that they have benefited from fruitful exchanges with the European Institute for Gender Equality. There is a toolbox for gender budgeting, and from constructing engagement with the European Court of Auditors, and in their special report on gender mainstreaming, which was just presented. The methodology is a work in progress, so it's still developing itself, and it was first used across all spending projects in the context for the budget of 2023. And this is actually already further than that they agreed in the interinstitutional agreement, because they said there that they should do it for certain programs, but they have done it for the whole budget of 2023. And they are also doing it the same for 2024 without major changes in the methodology. It is the idea that this will help the budgetary process by tracking the contribution made to policy design and resource allocation to gender equality objectives. It expands on the general markers and criteria that were introduced by the OECD, because the Commission adds a marker, and I will explain something about that in the next slide. And it also adjusted the climate tracking, so it's similar but adjusted for gender mainstreaming. And so what the Commission has done is that they added a tracking. So we have 4 scores instead of 3. So score 2 is the intervention which principal objective is to improve gender equality. And as you can see in the table, only 12 programs are actually targeting gender equality as their main focus. And it's only 2% of the total of the EU budget. Score 1 is interventions that having gender equality as an important and deliberate objective, but not as the main reason for intervention. And you can see it's only 9% of the EU budget, and it's a total of 15 programs. Then there's the 0 star, which is the addition the Commission made to the OECD markers. And these are programs that having the potential to contribute to gender equality. And this corresponds to 73% of the total budget, and these are 31 projects, 31 programs. And what you can see here is that the majority, we don't know if they are actually contributing to gender equality. Then there's the score 0 as not having a significant bearing on gender equality, which corresponds to 16% of the budget and are included in 26 programs. And I have to say that all these numbers are for the 2022 budget. This is the basis where we started from for the 2023 budget. Okay, in the next slide, I will give some examples about gender equality. The website I used have a slightly different scoring of the targets. So here 1 is gender targeting, so the measure directly contributes to gender equality. Score 2 is gender mainstreaming. These targets equality, but not the main reason of intervention. And score 3, which do not target or contribute to gender equality. And as you can see on the slide, is that the ESF Plus, which was already mentioned in the introduction, has the most, at least targeting gender mainstreaming, and also the biggest part that is actually targeting gender equality directly. After that is the ERDF, and finally the GTF. Then within the ESF Plus, you see that they divided it by actions, by topics, and there you see that it's mostly going to access to employment and activation measures for all, which is the most targeted gender mainstreaming, for gender mainstreaming. So this is within the ESF Plus. And then in the ERDF, you see that there is more gender neutral, so actually that it's not targeting gender at all. So there's only a small percentage that is going to gender mainstreaming and even a smaller one to gender targeting directly. And then I added a slide where you can see the gender tracking by EU country. And you see that Denmark and Sweden have the highest amounts dedicated to gender mainstreaming, while Austria has the highest amount to gender targeting, so directly targeting gender equality. In the next few slides, I will give some projects from other member states which are related to gender equality. I took them from the previous MFF period, so it's from 2014 until 2020. The first one is Coop City Simulating Social Innovation in Brussels. It's, the aim of the project is to make Brussels a smart city with social innovation and new economic models. So what they are trying to achieve is to have active inclusion, gender equality, and anti-discrimination. And what you will see in most of the projects is that it's a combination of different activities. There are only a few projects that are only targeting gender equality. I did add one, but you will see that it's a combination with other measures, so it's more inclusive. You see what the total investment is, and that the cohesion fund made almost half the contribution to the fund, and this investment falls under the job growth and investment priority. The next one, this is directly targeting gender equality, is building a future for women on construction sites in France. And what I found about this is that only 2% of the people working on construction sites are women. Most of them are men. However, with this project, there has been a big increase of women who start working on construction sites because they offer women-only trainings to pursue a career in this sector. And in 2016, 62.5% of the trainees were employed in construction. So it's quite successful as well. And the EU-funded project won the Raya Foundation's Women Trophy Award and was a recipient of the Diversity and Equality Foundation Prize. And the project has been running for 22 years and engages with a wide range of funders, including the EU, which contributes 45% of the total project costs. Again, you see that the EU is almost adding half of the program. And this is done in only a part of France, so it was only given to Île-de-France et Seine for 2014-2020. Another example is an example where countries are working together, different cities are working together. I know that here in Spain, it's Barcelona who was part of this project. And this is building gender equality into urban planning in 7 European cities. And they are exchanging best practices on policy, services, and development on gender equal cities. And it redefines cities as places that embody and reinforce gender power structures. So the project was creating awareness among urban planners and decision makers about how gender power structures are perpetuated in cities, and then to use the knowledge to make their policies and services gender equal. The investment of the project, you see that the EU is adding a lot, like quite an amount to this project. And this is part under the priority democratic change to make the cities more inclusive. The next one is in Sweden and Norwegian, boosting the growth of Swedish and Norwegian film companies. This is a bigger project where they are working cross-border and cross-region between Sweden and Norway. It is in general to support the film industry in these countries, but as an addition, the project worked to improve conditions and opportunities for women filmmakers. A permanent network was established on both sides of the border to support women in their artistic and commercial activities. The gender equality perspective was integrated in the project's decision-making and planning processes. So again, this is part of a bigger project where they focus on multiple things, but gender is very important in that. And here the EU had a smaller amount of investment. The last one is DigiMe. This is improving digital skills for Austrian and Czech school pupils and teachers. And this helps to strengthen digital literacy for 5,000 pupils and 300 teachers to make their digital skills more important, but also to extend them. How they do this with the gender perspective is that they mostly invite female role models from IT companies to teach in the schools so that young girls also see that it's possible for women to go into IT the IT world. And here you see that the EU also had like quite a big investment, and this one falls under the priority human resources and development. And what I also wanted to show with these examples is that quite often it's also a cooperation with different countries, so that it's easy for regions to work together and to show that you can work on the same projects because you don't have to reinvent the wheel by yourself. And this was my presentation, so if there are any questions, please let me know.
Thank you so much. Very good. Muchas gracias, Alexandra, por presentarnos también cómo el Parlamento Europeo realiza el seguimiento del presupuesto de género en la Unión, por darnos esos ejemplos prácticos tan interesantes.
European Union, and thanks for the very illustrative examples you shared with us. Let me introduce our third speaker, Caroline Meyers. Caroline Meyers, she holds a degree in political science and a diploma in social sciences from the Catholic University of Leuven, and she has a master's degree in European studies and another master's degree in public administration. She was a researcher at the Faculty of Social Sciences of the UCL of the University of Flanders, where she conducted research of intermunicipal cooperation. Since 1996, she has been working for the Flemish government as Deputy Director of the European Social Fund in Flanders, in charge of the coordination of transnational cooperation. She is also very active in several European networks where she has coordinated a transnational network on career and age, and she's currently the president of the Thematic Network on Employment and the coordinator of the European Network of Gender Mainstreaming. Since 2014, she's been a member of the United Nations Development Programme, the UNDP, Network of Experts of Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment in Public Administration. She has ample experience in gender equality, poverty, employment, inclusion, and social innovation, and her current work focuses on transnational cooperation and entrepreneurship and inclusiveness. So, Carolina, please, thank you very much for being here.
Are they working? Yeah, okay, sorry. So, well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation that you gave me to speak here on gender and gender mainstreaming. And I have to admit that as I'm already working for 27 years for the European Social Fund, I have to admit that gender and gender mainstreaming is one of my soft spots. And so I think it's important to keep on talking about gender and gender mainstreaming. So thank you again for the invitation. And Alicia, I have a reputation of talk too long, so stop me if I'm talking too long. So thank you. So let me start, and I'm very happy that you already said that ESF Plus is the key structural fund to establish gender equality on the labor market. Because I think if you look at all the structural funds, although I'm also convinced that, for instance, ERDF and the other funds are also very important to introduce and implement gender, I think having a job is very important. And therefore, I think with the structural fund of ESF Plus, you can do a lot. And when I look at the case of the Flemish Managing Authority, we have attached a lot of attention to gender for years. And I think it's very important that the Managing Authority itself is convinced that gender is a crucial point in your program. And I think you have to aim for that. Because, I mean, it's very good that we have heard the theory, but I'm looking at the practice, and the practice is sometimes so much harder than what the European Commission or the European Parliament or the auditors want you to do. So, but yeah, they can say, yeah, sure, why would we introduce gender? But we say we have three very important points, and it's ethical. it's ethical that you're working on equal opportunities for everybody. So not only gender, but for everybody, to be inclusive. Of course, we have our legal base. We have a European legal base. We have our federal legal base. We have the Flemish legal base. So this means that you can't get around it. It's something you have to do. But we also have these economic motives because, I mean, if you want to be inclusive and you want to introduce gender, it's because now we see in Flanders, because our unemployment rate is very low, that we have to activate the people who are now at this moment very inactive. And so a lot of women are still inactive. And so it's economically very important that you get them introduced into the labor market. So that's why we decided, okay, so you can ask another organization to help you a little bit with how to introduce gender or gender mainstreaming, or you can try to do something yourself. But if it's not embedded and it's not implemented in your own organization, you are always working on the sidelines. So that's why we said, let's draw up a strategy and an action plan, so that what we want to do, that it's there and it's written, and we have worked it out in a booklet, which we also made it in English so that other managing authorities can use it, and it's endorsed by the European Commission, so we are very proud of that. So our aim is that we want to have a spontaneous reflex, that it's normal, that it's not something you have to think about, but that it's there, that it's spontaneous, it's reflex. Among ESF colleagues, because what we saw is that a lot of colleagues said, yes, but what's gender? We don't know. What do you mean with gender and gender mainstream? But also our ESF promoters, which are working on projects, they have to know what is gender. What do we have to do when you talk about gender? And it's about structure and culture. So it has to be inside of the head of people, but you also have to provide them the necessary tools and instruments. So our goal was to change behavior so that it's gender and gender mainstream becomes something natural in an organization. So, but how did we start with this? Because, I mean, it's very easy to say this, but how do you do this? Is, first of all, when we started with this inside our ESF managing authority in the agency of Flanders, we started to look for support. And first of all, the support of our managing authority, of the senior management. If they are convinced, you're already halfway there. But also the middle management. So because they said, yes, but our teams, they have too much work, and then it's something they have to do on top of that, which is not true. But of course, when they were also saying, okay, we understand, then we were already almost there. And then we talked to the colleagues, what do you need if you want to introduce gender? But also externally, you have to try to find the necessary support. In the managing authorities, they also have a monitoring committee. So we gave a gender training on our monitoring committee. And we also give training to our project promoters to make sure that they understand what we want. So, and then we started to develop our strategy, and we gave it a nice name of Amor and Roma. Amor for the culture, so the heart, and Roma for the structure, so the tools. And where does it stand for? It's, you have to have the attention, so keep gender on the agenda, but you have to also motivate people. So you have to appreciate the efforts that your colleagues are making, but also that your ESF promoters are making. And you have to offer the support, very important. So because if they don't know how to do it, then they don't do it most of the time. So you have to provide the tools and the instruments. And then the final thing is the reflex. So send reminders in time that don't forget to work on gender. And we used hereby the following principles. you have to walk the talk. Because if they saw that we as managing authority were not gender friendly and were not convinced that gender is important, then they said, why should we bother? You have to provide the appropriate support for different services and entities, I already said that, and very important, set up a permanent evaluation of the strategy, which is sometimes the hardest part, and I've heard that there are a lot of people here which are working on auditing and evaluating, so I'll come back to this a little bit later. So, but then, of course, when you have your, everybody's convinced, you have your action, your strategy, then you have to implement your action plan. So you have to combine the analysis of the needs and the strategy in your action plan. So offering both the structural and the cultural support. So because the analysis is very important, because, and I will come back to that, you can say a lot or say nothing with figures. Because you have to convince with the right figures, why should we do something upon gender? Because if we would say, oh, women, although I have to admit that gender is more than only about women, it's also about men. But if you would say, for instance, how many women are there working in Flanders, then they would say, oh, we don't have a problem. We don't have a problem at all because a lot of women are working. But then you have to look behind those figures. How many women are working part-time? What about care? What about single parents, etc.? So you don't take that into account when you just say the figure of working women in employment, no problem whatsoever. Then, of course, you always have to consider the four pillars that I talked about, because you have to motivate always, you have to provide always new tools, you have to make sure that the reflex is also there. And of course, you can't do anything at the same time. I mean, we had to draw a priority. So what are we going to do first? What's the most important thing? And then you say, okay, when we have done this, then we will start with the other priorities. And of course, it's a cycle. So you have to, if you think we are not there yet, you have to start all over again. But what were some examples of activities, and now I have to put on my glasses, that's the disadvantage of getting older, you have to pay attention to gender-sensitive language in all your communication. So that's the A of attention. Highlight the state of the play of your action plan on a regular basis, also to your colleagues, to your project promoters. And then, for instance, we had a newsletter every month, and we always said something about gender. Because we also worked with ESF ambassadors, which were every year we picked some 3 or 4 ESF ambassadors, but we also evaluated if they were doing very well on gender. And the evaluation and the monitoring, what you're doing, and I come back to that. And yeah, make a gender analysis of all your calls, which is very important. Because we draw up calls, and then project promoters, they can submit a project. So we gave them already some food for thought. If you want to work on gender, and they are, of course, they are obliged to do it, what are the figures that are actually, for instance, when you would work on women in employment, or then you could say this is child care. So this is about single parents. So to give them some food for thought. And we also had a frequently asked question site on gender on our website. So if they had some questions, that they knew what to do. Now, the importance of monitoring and evaluation. We have indicators with segregated data, so that's no problem. So we have everything very nicely divided into men and women, and that's making gender measurable, and that has always a direct effect, because when you draw up your program, then you see immediately, okay, this is something we really have to do. But, as I said, figures alone do not say everything. So you have to go and dig behind the figures and see if what you are saying is making sense or not, or that there may be some problems which are behind those figures. What we had, and that was for us very important, was a good cooperation with the public employment services, which helps a lot because they provided us a lot of data and they worked with segregated data, so with the men and women separately, so that sometimes you could draw up conclusions that, for instance, that women, if they want to follow a training, that they more of the time are going for trainings which are a little bit shorter, so that they don't like very long trainings, which was something we did not know. Then survey about the needs and the problems of enterprises was something else that we did, because we also wanted to help enterprises in their internal way of working, if they were inclusive, if they were introducing gender or not. So we did a gender scan in a lot of enterprises which were having ESF subsidies, so which is good because they can't refuse it because they have your subventions. So we did a scan on that. And we also asked them, what do you need if you still want to introduce gender and gender equality in your own organization? And then we provided, with the questions, they had a gender training. Now, not only the quantitative, but also a qualitative monitoring is important. So because we are coaching our projects, we are visiting our projects, and we always ask them, what are you doing about gender and gender mainstreaming? And then they have to talk about it. So it's one of the questions that they know that we are talking about. Now, I also want to say that there is a gender impact assessment of EGE, so the European Institute of Gender Equality, which you can use. We are not using it, but it's definitely a good tool that you can use. Now, also important, and this is something that most of the time is lacking, is the gender as part of the external evaluation of your operational program. A lot of managing authorities, they evaluate a lot, but most of the time not gender in their project. So use the facts and figures in meetings of project evaluators, consultation meetings with the team, monitoring committee. So this means that gender is not just a one shot, but all the time when you are talking to people or when you're working in your team, that you talk about gender as well, which is very important to keep it on the agenda. Now, maybe also the hard versus the soft indicators is also very important, because there was a time that the Commission only wanted us to give hard indicators, which are people in employment, are people in training, etc. So these are very easy to say, yes, they have employment, yes, they are in training. These are the hard indicators. But soft indicators are much more difficult to measure. And I'm very happy that finally the European Commission has found out that soft indicators is telling you a lot as well. So this means, for instance, people who are far away from the labor market, and there are some target groups, some women, for instance, in Flanders, we have still a lot of problems with women with a migrant background because they are not in employment. But if you only look at the hard indicators, they are not doing very well. You should also look at the soft indicators, the distance they have traveled. Are they, in a way, already a little bit empowered by the projects that you are doing with ESF money? So this is also something you have to think about. Now, some other activities you can do, and I'm always very thankful to the Commission that they still keep gender on something that you have to do, because this is thanks to the fact that gender and gender mainstreaming is part of the program that you have to write. we can still keep the attention to gender. Because I'm a little bit afraid that the focus would diminish, that also managing authorities would not be so interested anymore. Walk the talk, as I already said, and we are keeping the approach on the dual approach. So we have specific gender projects, but every project is also obliged to keep gender in the back of their mind, so with the gender mainstream. And this means that they have to measure if their project that they are doing is as interesting for men as for women. Gender inclusive communication. We have an overall communication where we always look, is this gender neutral? But we also have some focus during specific moments, like for instance, on the 8th of March with the International Women's Day, where we do something specific, so that we also give to the audience, to the public, like ESF is also doing this and this and this when it comes to gender. Start a network, also important. Peer-to-peer support is the most important thing that you can see. If they can learn, if project promoters can learn from each other, it's also very important. The coaching of the promoters and the colleagues is also very important, because we thought that gender and gender mainstreaming was something that already was known by our colleagues, which was not the case. So coach them, help them. And how I do this, it will be one of the questions, and which I will talk about afterwards. And the focus on gender in projects created by an extra budget, which we are doing at this moment as well. So, and then I will explain that also a little bit later, because I don't want to talk too long. So, but above all, and this is something that I've learned also, if you're talking about gender and gender mainstream, sometimes there's a little bit of a fatigue, I have to admit, as well in Flanders. So what I'm doing now is we talk more about inclusion and about also the intersectionality, because you're not only a man, you're not only a woman, there are some other things, like you can be, can have some health issues, you can have a migration background, there can be some other things which are also part of your as a person, which makes that you have maybe some specific aid. So we are now also putting our gender and gender mainstreaming discourse in the inclusion history, or in the inclusion story that we are making at this moment, so that we try to make the boxes disappear, so that it's an overall reflex that you talk about gender, anyhow, whatever. Voila, this is more or less what I wanted to say, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Carolyn, for giving us this guide, which contains a series of very useful practical tips for the various stakeholders involved. She has brought some copies of this guide with us, so if anyone has interest in acquiring a copy, we very much appreciate her having brought those copies with her. I would like to thank all three of you for your very inspiring presentations, and I would like to ask you a number of questions with regards to the issues you have raised, and I would ask them in the same order in which you have spoken. First to Rogelio. Rogelio, thank you once again for your presentation. I was very interested in the attention that the European Court of Auditors is putting on all the areas of improving on the EU budget on gender equality, but especially on the need to improve the institutional framework of the EU in this respect. And this has been shown in different reports. And at the end of your presentation, you explained that the European Court of Auditors is following up on the recommendations it issued and it will do so 3 years after the publishing of the report. So the report you mentioned will be followed up in 2024. That is 3 years after the report. So my first question is, what about the impact of this report? My question is it possible to identify any changes and improvements in gender mainstreaming in the EU budget, and more specifically in the European funds, that have taken place since the publication of the Court of Auditors report? Thank you, Alicia. The quick answer is yes. Obviously, the Commission hasn't been waiting for 3 years for nothing to happen. So obviously, I could specify by saying that most of the recommendations have to be implemented in a reasonable period of time. But there are times in which these recommendations take longer to implement. So as of 2024, there are cases in which the implementation doesn't rely entirely upon the Commission, but also on the Council and the Parliament. And then the pluriannual reports. For example, now we're in the 21-27 programming period, but for example, in terms of gender mainstreaming, it would be included in only a part of those programs. For example, the 23-24 programs for the pluriannual framework. So, as I said, there are situations in which there is a longer amount of time required, but there are things that have changed in this 3-year period. For example, we have information about the audit, which began in 2020 and submitted in 2021. But oftentimes when we are auditing, we see improvements that are not as easily followed up, but we also have an auditor so that the institutions can implement improvements. And I'm sure you will understand that auditors are not there just for recommending. And of course, sometimes changes happen even quicker than the follow-up report. For example, so we had a report that was due in 2024. We see that new strategies have even been drawn up. And that's because they quickly realized, since the audit had identified different needs for improvement, we saw that the Commission, for example, signed an institutional agreement with the Council and the Parliament for the new pluriannual programming period. And in that agreement, the Commission had committed to undertaking a follow-up on expenditures, which was explained in the second presentation. So the Commission has committed to following up on expenditures for programs for the centralized projects, that is, that the Commission is responsible for in terms of expenditure. And then they decided, no, it has to be for all of the programs, and it has to be done as quickly as possible. So the Commission has decided that the response to our recommendations, the report has all of these different points and items in it, but of course we need to have the response from the Commission for each paragraph, for each recommendation. The Commission provides its stance, or they say we agree, or we do not agree, or we have a different viewpoint. So there's an exchange of opinions, and after the recommendations, the Commission also issues its opinion. And so they say what they have reached in terms of commitment with the Parliament and the Council in the period of time required. And at the end of the day, the Commission has sped up the process and is not waiting for the 3-year period to expire for many of these changes to take place. So as the Court of Auditors, we have that regulation, but you don't have to wait until the 3-year period is up for these changes, fortunately, for some of these changes to take place. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you. Alexandra, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a question as well. I found it very interesting that you talked about the methodology of the Parliament in classifying programs in terms of gender. If you could tell us a little bit about the role of the Parliament in terms of the European Union's methodologies. Perhaps it's not as well known to the audience, this classification process, and really what is the impact of this classification on the different countries and regions?
Yes, thank you. So the European Parliament has a controlling role on the work of what the Commission is doing. So related really to gender budgeting, once a year there is the Committee on on the Budget and the Committee on Budgetary Control, together with the budget of the Committee on Women's Rights. They organize a meeting together where they discuss with the Commission the state of play of gender budgeting in the EU and how it's working. And one of the things that quite often gets criticized there is that we now have a methodology, it's in place, but for the majority of programs we actually lack data, or we don't know what it's doing exactly. And you see that what I said in my presentation, that there's this 0 star where we say it has potential, but we don't know if it's actually targeting gender equality. So if we don't know, if we don't have the data, if we don't have the information, we are really depending on the member states and the people who are implementing the programs. Besides that, the Commission is now in the budget procedure adding more about gender. They look at the gender focus in that. And I think in the control side, we still need to do more work because it's also very difficult, because the methodology is so new, it's still very difficult to see what is happening exactly. And in that also we are lacking data. And we are depending for that as the Parliament on the Commission to give us the data, and they are depending on the member states. So in general, it's a work in progress, and we are, as a Parliament, also finding more how we can control the work better and how we also can see how we can improve it. One of the suggestions in the committees has also been to do negative tracking to see if the funding is actually harming gender equality, which is something we are doing in the climate spending. There we have the principle of do no significant harm, and there are questions if we can extend that to gender and to other areas of the EU budget.
Thank you very much. Perdón, muchas gracias, Alexandra. Quería recordar también al público que nos está viendo en directo online que pueden realizar sus preguntas.
Following us online, that you also have the opportunity to pose questions, and we will convey those questions to the speakers. Thirdly, I'd like to ask Carolyn a question, a twofold question, really, regarding the coordination required for the efforts being done in Belgium. You have a federal law since 2007 for gender mainstreaming, and another one from 2012, a law which implies effectively considering the gender dimension in the preparation and implementation of public policies. And on the other hand, you spoke about the importance of networking between the different stakeholders involved in the management of the European Social Fund. And so my twofold question is, firstly, to what extent is gender mainstreaming in the European Social Fund harmonized with the federal or regional mandate in your country in gender equality? And secondly, are there coordination mechanisms between the different government departments aimed at improving gender mainstreaming in the implementation of ESF-financed projects? So thank you for answering those two questions.
Yes. Now, you know or you don't know, but Belgium is a complicated country, but I guess you know also living in Spain. So, so we have, of course, a federal government, and indeed there are the laws, and we have to admit that the laws, the federal laws are of course for us also important, so we have to follow them. But to be honest, is there a lot of coordination, because we have 4 managing authorities in such a small country as Belgium? So we have Brussels, We have Wallonia, we have a little bit of the German-speaking region, and then we have Flanders. There is a good cooperation between Wallonia and the Flemish managing authorities when it comes to gender and gender mainstreaming. But now in the program, the new program of ESF Plus, only one region has to say, like, we are doing the following up of gender and gender mainstreaming. So which is now Flanders. So everybody's looking a little bit at us. So, so this is an extra impulse, of course, for Flanders to do a lot on gender and gender mainstreaming. So in that way, there is some let's say, some discussion, but to be honest, that we are following all the same course is not, because, I mean, our program is also very diverse. The Flemish the Flemish program is different than, for instance, the ESF program of Wallonia, which makes it a little bit more difficult to have a good coordination. But, I mean, to give inspiration, there is a good cooperation with Wallonia. On the other side, when it comes to Flanders, we have an open coordination methodology, which means that the gender and gender equality is the responsibility of the minister, which is responsible for gender equality, but he or she says there has to be an open coordination methodology. So this means that they are not going to say how, for instance, employment or health or whatever has to do on gender, but the obligation is there. So this means that they have to do something about it, and there is a follow-up of what they are doing. So it's not that you have to do something and relax. No, there is a follow-up by a commission, which is always looking at what is the Department of Work doing, what is the Department of Health, for instance, doing, and they are reporting always back to the Minister of Equal Opportunities. So, yeah, that's very important. So, and when it comes to have a good relationship with your stakeholders is indeed also very important. So what we did when we started the program is we went to all the different stakeholders of our monitoring committee, asking them, if you want us to do something about gender, what would that be from your point of view? And this gave us a whole lot of information, so to make sure that our program that we are now in ESF Plus is at least also doing some things that we know that is needed. And that's also why they told us, like, make sure that it's always there, that there is a reflex on gender, but it's also connected to inclusion. And this is something that we are doing now, for instance, in our team where we are doing with inclusive entrepreneurs. But I think, is there still coming a second question or not?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm not going to talk about that. I'll talk that later about it. Okay, so I think that's more or less to give you a little overview of the complex situation in Belgium.
Muchas gracias, Caroline. Sí, ya veo que
Thank you very much, Caroline. We know that the coordination is very closely linked to the needs of your stakeholders and the actors that work with the European Social Fund Plus, which is in need of the guidance and advisorship that you do provide to them. So thank you very much for that explanation. I would like to go back to a second round of questions. There is a question from the online audience, but we're going to leave that for the last. And of course, if you have any questions from the room, I would like to ask Rogelio Arbarquero about the importance of gender equality issues in the audit work carried out by the European Court of Auditors. Is there any other work that the European Court of Auditors has carried out in relation to gender budgeting in the European Union, or in general, in relation to gender equality, that you think would be interesting to highlight? Thank you. Thank you, Alicia, for that question. Honestly, the gender equality issue is not something that is recurring in the reports for the European Court of Auditors. But what we do try to do is allow for the possibility because it is one of the priorities that is being considered. So to give you an example of something recent that happened in the European Court, there was a special report in 2023 on the support for the disabled. And in this particular report, we introduced information, sex disaggregated data on the impact for men and women, which was unequal. So this report, in principle, which was not, shall we say, oriented towards gender perspective or gender responsive mechanisms, but there was an awareness that there was a need to look at sex disaggregated data for the disabled. And one of the other reports more recently that we've also done in terms of gender mainstreaming is that the Court of Auditors has special reports and annual reports. And in the annual report, we focus on compliance with in terms of compliance and regularity, but we've also looked at good management practices, and in the management practices, we're auditing reports in which the European Commission has reported on the performance of the previous year. So in November of 2022, we published a report on good management practices and how the Commission reported on what the AMPR's, the Good Management Performance Report, and in the gender mainstreaming area, in many of these programs, they were compared with other priorities. And so we looked at 5 lines of priorities: climate change, biodiversity, OMSs, and the digital technologies and gender issues. And of these 5 areas, the Commission showed that in the area of gender issues was the one that was less integrated into the reporting practices. So we see there a need to highlight and put much more in our focus the gender-related issues in our reporting practices. Thank you, Rogelio. That's very interesting, and drawing attention to those reports and the relevant impact that they have in terms of gender equality. Alexandra, I also wanted to comment something that has to do with the data that you talked about in your presentation. We know that for implementing European funds, we need to have statistical indicators and standardized high-quality data. And in many countries, it's very difficult to obtain that statistical data, that it be standardized and high quality and comparable in terms of relevant indicators in gender mainstreaming. So knowing how important it is for the planning of any public policy to have this data, it has to be reliable, it has to be up to date, and it has to be comparable. I was wondering if you could explain to us how this data collection process is carried out by the European Union, and perhaps how it could be improved upon in the future in managing and implementing European funds. Thank you.
Yes, so I said already that for the data we are depending on the member states who are depending on the project implementation for the data. What makes it difficult is that countries are at different levels of gender mainstreaming, of gender budgeting. Some countries don't believe in gender budgeting. Some countries don't believe in the concept of gender. And also, it is in that sense good that the Commission now says, okay, we want data on gender equality in all the funds, and you have to give that back to us. This also means that as it is in the early stages, it needs to be developed, and we are also depending on the quality of data. What do we get back from the programming? What do we get back from the member states? And I think there should be an interaction. So we see now what we get back in data, and then we should also look at like, okay, how can we improve it that it's more mainstreamed on a European level? And on top of that, I think it even helps you as regions or the people implementing the programs, because it shows also that you see what other countries are doing. And as I just showed in my presentations, these are examples also of countries working together, regions working together. So if you don't know that there are actually programs and projects that can be done together because everybody is doing something similar, or there are things you can learn from each other, it's very difficult to reinvent everything yourself, to come up with ideas for new projects, for new programs. And I think this could be more coordinated on a European level, where everybody can also learn from each other. And but for that, we also need the data if some projects and some programs actually work, if it is benefiting gender equality, or if it's not, or if it's not making a difference. And I think on a European level, we can learn from each other, and that's why it's so important that the data improves, but also that we start collecting more data on the implementation of the programs.
Muchas gracias, Alexandra.
Thank you, Alexandra. And we are now going to move on to the last question for Carolyn, and then we will have a couple of questions from the streaming attendees. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about the strengths and weaknesses that can serve as examples for other countries and administrations in terms of gender mainstreaming in the context of the Flemish government, and any perhaps best practices that you would use as illustrating your.
Okay, so yeah, of course there are always strengths and weaknesses, and one of the examples I can give, which I always still think that is a very good example that we are using, is, and I stole it, the idea from the University of Louvain, so I'm not the only one who's doing it, but because they were, in every faculty, they had like a gender ambassador. Because also in the academic world, you see that there are still a lot of problems when it comes to equal opportunities. And I said like, this is maybe a very good idea for us as well. So because we are working in separate teams, we asked our colleagues who wants to be like a kind of gender ambassador for your team. So to make sure that gender is always on the top of the mind of that team. Because well, my colleague, who is not in the office anymore because she's retired, so she's doing other stuff. But we were with two people, now I'm the only one, so that's already a disadvantage. But nevertheless, we said we can't do this alone, and if we drop that, then all the knowledge about gender and gender mainstreaming is gone. So this is not a good idea. So let's work with gender ambassadors in each team. And it worked very well because we had our meetings. We were saying which are the new calls that we are coming up. Do we need to make an analysis of the problems? And that worked very well. Then, of course, our managing authority retired, and there came another managing authority, and of course, then it slowly disappeared. So this is the weakness. So it sometimes, unfortunately, also comes to people who are convinced that you have to do something. But I know that we still know, and they are so already, I would not say brainwashed or manipulated, but a little bit by us, so that when I talk to those old gender ambassadors, that they are still convinced and that they are still saying, yeah, but do you think about gender? Do you think about what you have to do in this call? So there are some weaknesses about this good practice, but also definitely some strengths. And as I said, that you have to make your priorities is another good example, because, I mean, maybe you were thinking like you don't talk about gender budgeting, but I mean, I'm very much into this holistic approach. So, and gender budgeting is one of them. But as we know, on the political side, we know that for them it's very important that we do something about women with a migrant background. So what did we do? We said like, this is maybe very good in a very broad goal that we launched now. And we said it's about inclusive entrepreneurship. And we said to all the partnerships that is going to work together, you have to do something for this specific target group. And we have also some extra budget for it so that we can coach it ourselves. So that they can, because I always say writing something on paper is very patiently, so because you can write it, but that doesn't mean you're doing it. So because of the fact that we will coach it now, they will have to do something about it. And I know that the ministries and the ministers are they are watching this project. So, and this is always something extra that you can do to make sure that gender that you keep it on the top of the mind. And last but not least, we had a gender mainstreaming community of practice on European level. And sometimes I'm feeling a little bit homesick because this community of practice does not exist anymore. So maybe it's an idea for the Commission to relaunch something like that. So as what Alexandra said, so that in Europe we can learn from each other because this solidarity among European member states is so important. That's the last word I wanted to say. Thank you.
De acuerdo. Muchas gracias, Caroline. Efectivamente, de eso se trata.
Thank you very much, Caroline. That's exactly the point, the way we can learn from one another. So thank you. Before opening the Q&A session to the audience, we do have a question that was submitted online. Well, we'll have a question then from the audience first then. And hello and good morning. Martina Del has asked if there is the downloadable version of the guidebook that Carolyn Mayers brought. Is it downloadable? Yes. And we also have a question from Berlin about whether Caroline could explain a little bit more in detail what the European Institute for Gender Mainstreaming does in terms of adding value to transnational efforts. That is the transnational or cross-border network for working on gender mainstreaming and gender budgeting. If you could just give us a little bit more detail on that, Caroline. Thank you.
So yes, it's downloadable. I sent the downloadable version to Alicia. So if people want it, I bought some on paper because I still like also, I'm very old-fashioned, also something on paper so that I can read it somewhere. But it's downloadable. About the European Institute for Gender Equality, indeed, they are working with also some gender experts from all over Europe. And they have their specific meetings as well. And sometimes it's also about gender budgeting. They are, because I still remember that sometimes they have those meetings and they ask then some experts to come and to see what's, how, because they are making a lot of instruments like this impact assessment that they made. But before they send it out, they present it to experts and they talk about it, like is this something that could be useful? How should we? What is needed? And so once those experts have said maybe you should think about this and that, then they adapt their instruments, what they are producing, and then afterwards it's always put into a report. So there is a lot of information on the website of the European Institute of Gender Equality. They also do some very interesting, because we took up some data from the European Institute on Gender Equality. So to all kinds of topics when it comes to wealth or health or wellness or employment, women, violence against women, and so. So they have a whole lot of data on this European broad. So it's really interesting. So if you are convinced that you have to make some analysis as well, there is a lot of data that you can find. So if you want to produce some calls, then I think it definitely worthwhile for not only for instruments, but also for a lot of reports that they are making. So to take a look at their website. And besides, you can also become part of their newsletters, or if you want to be sometimes invited, if you're an expert and you think maybe I can also bring something for them, then definitely contact them. So because they have, yeah. And unfortunately, because, I mean, to be honest, this is a little bit a pity that it's not so well known. So because there is a lot of things moving also on European level, but the fact that it's not known or not enough known says already something, no? Unfortunately.
Muchas gracias, Caroline.
Thank you, Carolyn. I'd like to now open the floor for questions here in the auditorium. If anyone has a question, please feel free. This is your chance. Over here. Thank you. I'd like to thank all of the speakers on this panel discussion. It was all very, very interesting. But I'd like to ask Rogelio Barquero a question. To what extent do you think that the conclusions from your audit reports are applicable to other funds or to other countries, shall we say? Thank you. Thank you for that question. Actually, our conclusions are really you can be extracted for any EU project because it studies how the total budget integrates the gender perspective in its objectives. So generally speaking, it can be extrapolated, but in the sense of the European Commission being audited, it's different in different countries. For example, in our audit report, our major stakeholder is the Commission, but we also look at questions in other countries, in Romania and in Spain, particularly. So we had some boxes in our report with examples of those two countries. And these two countries served as an example of how they did things at the national level, and there were discrepancies between the two. For example, the data obviously varies from one country to another, and it varies in terms of gender. So even if we have sex disaggregated data, our report is not done on the basis of sex disaggregated data, but rather upon the information that we have on men and women from those countries, although there is the paradox that we have that information from each of these countries. So what we do is we focus on the Commission of the impact of the entire EU budget on gender equality. But the report itself from 2021 is European-wide and can be extrapolated to any country or any region, actually. If there are no further questions, we are a little bit behind schedule. We're a little bit late in wrapping up this morning session, but I would like to thank once again all of the very interesting presentations, the speakers, very inspiring to us. And we are now going to have a coffee break, and we will be back at 11:30. We have the coffee on the first floor of the building, and we'll see you back at 11:30 in 30 minutes. Thank you.
sí, yo te oigo. ¿Tú? Vale, de acuerdo. Vale, de acuerdo. Sí. Mm, ahora, sí, vale. De acuerdo, muy bien. Venga, hasta luego.
Good morning, good afternoon. Good morning and welcome to the second part of this International Conference on Economy and Budget, Gender Budgeting for Equality Between Men and Women. We had quite an interesting panel this morning. It was an international panel, and we're going to start now the second panel, which will be focused on the management of European funds in the autonomous region scope. We will share some good practices and examples of different aspects of public policies that took place in the previous budgetary framework 1420, or rather that will be implemented in the current framework 2127. I hope you can hear me properly well. And we're here with us Pilar Garrido, who's the coordinator of European funds of the Regional Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Rural Development of the Andalusian Regional Government, Ignacio Alguacil, who will intervene via video conference. We can see him on the screen now. Hello. Ignacio is responsible for the management and coordination of the EAFRD Fund for the Vice Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food Policy of the Basque Government. Maria Jesus Moreno, to my left, technical advisor of the Consejería of Tourism, Culture and Sports of the Regional Government of Andalusia. And finally, Cesar Martin, head of the Information Management and Processing Service of the Andalusian Employment Service. My name is Mar García Salvador. I am responsible of programming and assessment of the Directorate General of European Funds of the Andalusian Regional Government. And if you allow me, I would like to give you a small context on how we integrate gender budgeting in the General Directorate of Funds in the whole programming cycle. The idea of our work is to include this perspective in all the different phases of the programming activity, from the very preparation and drafting of the program, implementation, follow-up, and assessment. And I have prepared a short presentation giving you a short explanation of each of these phases. Our reference framework, as you can imagine, it is the European Pact for the chart of basic rights. Is the equality between men and women should be guaranteed in all aspects of European policies. And one document which was a reference and an initial document reference when we started preparing this program, which was the Strategy for Gender Equality 2020-2025, which was referring to the need to include the gender perspective in all the programs, and also the common regulation that is the integration of gender should be taken into account in the preparation, implementation, monitoring, reporting, and evaluation of program. Of course, in our regional legislation, the promotion of gender equality in Andalusia as the regulation of 2017. What's the way we start? We launched programs in 2021 when we decided to start preparing our programming of the regional funds on the Cohesion Policy 21-27. First of all, we had to consult with the Andalusian Women's Institute on the different needs and challenges that were detected in the initial assessments and the studies that we detected through the Institute at the beginning of our work. And also the gender department of our regional ministry gave us a number of recommendations while we were drafting the different recommendations on the programming. And finally, the Andalusian Women's Institute issued a favorable statement for the European Social Funds Plan and the further programs for this elaboration, the ERDF. And the rest of the members of the panel will deepen every one of these topics. But in order for you to understand what is the particular perspective of the Andalusian government, we have the ALMA initiative, which is a program that is devoted to women in situation of social vulnerability, suffering from gender violence, but also other kind of women who are in the risk of social exclusion. Another interesting intersectionality aspect is the educational program for the Roma population, which has a very important component regarding gender, particularly in the prevention of gender-based violence at the very beginning of its expression. And of course, we have the specific objective 1.1, which is aimed at research and innovation. And being aware of the lesser participation of women in this aspect, we have prepared different aspects in which we have some equality aids for women attending this kind of programs. And also regarding the Just Transition Fund, we know that there is a gender gap in certain aspects when we are taking into account the level of aid for companies. We will take into account the participation of women. How do we assess this contribution to the gender equality in Andalusia? We have already talked about this quantification methodology. The panel this morning already gave us some details, but let me give you more details on the situation in Andalusia. The ERDF gives more than 40 million to the gender streaming, and the amounts that are devoted, more or less $2 billion, are given to projects that integrate gender perspective or are focused on gender mainstreaming. And also the Just Transition Fund is giving 35 million euro to these kind of projects. And now, of course, the implementation. Once the program is already drafted, now we are in the implementation project. And how do we ensure that this perspective is included in the implementation of these programs? According to Article 7.3 of the Common Dispositions, all the operations should be selected through transparent and non-discriminatory procedures that should ensure gender equality. And along these lines, we are now approving the documents of the selection criteria for different operations, in which all of them include as a compulsory criteria that there is a gender equality. And also in the social fund particular case, we introduce quality criteria, such as what kind of impact will have to ignore the feminization of poverty, or what kind of action would really aimed at diminishing the roles and stereotypes against women that coexist in our society right now. As regards the follow-up of these programs, how did we work in our Directorate General so that in the governance and promoting, we ensure that there is this gender perspective? And in order to safeguard the fulfillment of and the respect of this perspective, we have a follow-up committee for the European Social Fund Plus, as well as the ERDF. The Andalusian Women's Institute is part and parcel of the whole follow-up committee. It is our authority regarding equality. And I would also like to add, because it is quite interesting and dear for me, the existence of a thematic network on equality. This is a network which is a task force with the participation of the regional government, together with other regional governments in Spain, together with the Women's Institute, which is at federal level, at central government level. This is quite an interesting, a very useful task force in which we share best practices, documents. It's a learning space, as some speakers said this morning. It's very important to learn from one another in order to foster equality policies. And finally, how do we close the cycle, the programming cycle? We talked about the whole phase, and then there is the assessment of a cycle that is at the same time the end of a programming cycle and the beginning of another one. And in the specific assessment plans that will be approved at the end of the year, we introduce the gender approach as one of the criterion that should evaluate, assess all the different activities that are part of the program. So according to this criterion, we evaluate how gender and power relationships are changed thanks to this intervention in order to ensure that the program has really had that impact on gender improvement. For each of the activities that we're going to assess, we need to answer different questions. Did we implement these equality policies? Do we have equal access to the resources of the program, both for women and men? If there have been differences between women and men regarding access, what can we do to stop this from that? Do we have a greater gender gap after the conclusion of the program? And in order to carry out this assessment, we have all different criteria disaggregated by gender, and also the methodology that will be used will have to be participatory methodologies which guarantee efficiency when measuring gender impact of our action. So that's about it as how do we promote gender equality through these funds, as we said at the beginning, and the equality strategy and our regulation and common positions through the elaboration and design of the programs, at the very implementation of the program, the follow-up of the program with the different committees and networks, and finally the evaluation with participatory criteria and methodology. This is all for me. Thank you very much for your attention. And now I would like to give the floor to the rest of the members of the panel who will give us a more concrete information on how these funds with the perspective approach are being managed from the different departments of the Junta de Andalucía. First of all, Pilar Garrido, and let me tell you who Pilar Garrido is. She holds a degree in agricultural engineering from the University of Córdoba and agricultural engineering from the University of Sevilla. Since 2007, she's been civil servant in the Andalusian Regional Government Corps of Agricultural Engineers, and she's held the position of head of the Resources Evaluation Department of the Agricultural Production Service, head of the Plant Production Section of the Plant Health Service, and also Chief of Service for the Secretariat of Agriculture and Food for the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. She has extensive experience as a consultant. Between 2018 and 2023, she held the position of Program and Report Advisor for the General Secretariat of Agriculture and Food on the current regional ministry, participating in the strategic planning of the ministry, promoting the improvement of different agriculture sectors. Since July this year, she is the coordinator of European funds at the Vice Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Rural Development, and is in charge of the planning, management, monitoring, verification, and certification of the ministry's European funds. Pilar, you have the floor.
Thank you, and many thanks, Mar, for your kind presentation, your introduction, and for the organizers allowing me to give my presentation. I can see that this event has been very carefully planned and organized, and I think it's coming at a very pertinent time in terms of dealing with the subject. I hope to stay within the time I've allocated. I'm going to be talking about the European Agriculture and Fisheries Funds, and although they have a lot of similarities amongst them, I'm going to talk about some of the agrarian funds that we manage and how they integrate the gender perspective in Andalusia. In terms of volume, these are the Agricultural and Fisheries Funds, which is the European Agricultural Guarantee Fund, which is somewhat complex in its organization, but I'm going to try to simplify for you. And traditionally speaking, in the EU has had the overriding relevance. And then we have the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development, and this is integrating the ERDF and the EARFD, and the possibility to integrate these two sectors. And we have the case of EAFRD, which provides fundings for farmers and livestock breeders, as well as a number of other environmentally related activities and aids associated to environmentally related, which is 1.58 billion euros yearly, which is a considerable amount of money, as can be seen here on the slide, for the 21-27 framework program. And now, moving on to EAFRD, the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development, which at the time there was not an agreement for the CAP for 20. But now we have the 22-23 framework program, and we have two overlapping. We have the GBT, which is 14/22, which finalizes in 2025. And we continue to manage these funds, 3.3 billion euros. And then in the new framework program, we have one single strategic document aligned with our national priorities, which you can see here on the slide. And then we have the EMFAF, which is the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund. And we are managing and working very closely with the European Union in managing these funds. And in terms of amounts, 187 million euros for the 14-20 period and 205.8 million euros for the 21-27 period. This morning we were seeing some of the hard data. We've been disaggregating data for many years now. So disaggregated data allows us to deliver a diagnosis that was very, very closely aligned to what is happening in terms of the realities and the policies we need to put in place to bridge the gender gap in terms of equality. So you can see here the differences between men and women in the gender gap in terms of farm tenureship by age, and you can see that there is a huge difference. There is a gender gap in the headship of farm ownership, and especially in people under the age of 45 years of age, it's very, very pronounced. And then in terms of the economic dimension of farm holdings, you can also see that there is a very large gender gap. It's ostensibly greater in terms of the case of male farm managers, that is 46,000 versus 29,000 in women. So according to the agrarian employment rate, there's also a gender gap in the population employed in the agricultural sector, which is negative and very pronounced, which is the two lines on this graph show us that over time there has been an increasing gender gap in terms of gender employed in farming activities. Then if you can make the corollary comparison of beneficiaries and amounts of CAP aid received in 2022, we can see that there are also differences. And the inverted pyramid shape gives us that idea that the aging population has to do with this, and that we are not getting a generational replacement of workers. We have more women at the top parts, which means that women normally have a longer lifespan, and therefore there is a larger number of women in the older ages. But as you can look at the younger ages, there are very, very low numbers of women, not even 31%. Well, so having this data in our hands, we can make a diagnosis of the situation for the agricultural sector. And Andalusia has been a pioneer and continues to be a driving force in the agri-food sector. And so that means that the policies in the agri-food sector must take into account gender perspectives. And in the agriculture sector, with the number of co-ops, agricultural sectors, and it is considered that gender has to play an overriding role in the agricultural sector. So even European-wide, Andalusia is seen as a pioneer and as a driving force and has a lot of experience in the field. We have, for example, the budget, which is the G+ program, which was the first to incorporate the gender perspective in our gender budgeting, in our budget in Andalusia. We also have the strategic planning, disaggregating data, delivering diagnosis, and having a constant oversight of the gender issues and the need for public policy and gender equality. We've had very active roles in strategic planning and sectorial plans, in regulations, and the equality law, putting in place actions. So throughout time and over the years, this has borne its fruits. It's been very, very productive in terms of achieving our goals. We have the first sectorial plan, and we're working on the second. And we, in our new framework program, we see that it's going to continue working on our efforts in greater gender equality in not only the agricultural and the agri-food sector, but in the institutions themselves, and then the G+ program, and of course the support for various EAFRD lines of assistance and staff training. Well, with the CAP framework, in the program 2014-22, and we'll continue working up into 2025. For the first time, we have a strategic objective, which is specific in nature. And within the regulation, 221/2115, we have an article which does, for the first time, state that we must promote employment growth, gender equality, including women's participation in agriculture, social inclusion, and local development in rural areas, including the circular bioeconomy and sustainable forestry. I'm going to spend a few moments talking about the LEADER program, and we're going to look at the different perspectives. But again, the good news is that in the new regulations, there is not only the establishment of strategic plans of the CAP, of the Common Agricultural Policy, that is that strategic objective put on paper in specific and very particular terms. And this objective, which I mentioned earlier, has been extremely important and significant in including it in this Common Agricultural Policy, because for the EAFRD, it allows for it to become transversal in nature and can form a part of all of the European programs, which will allow us to not only enhance the role of women in the different agri-food sectors, but also to broaden our perspectives and our action plans. And we also have a national plan in a cross-cutting manner, Objectives 7 and 8, and in the Commission's recommendations for the Spanish strategic plan, the needs of women in the sector should be examined. And again, we have now the possibility to establish, according to the recommendations by the Commission, that is to examine the needs of women, and so in as much as possible to include that in our strategic plan at a national level. And this has been much needed action, and again, prioritizing women in the selection criteria for aid. In terms of women under the age of 40, they have specific incentives provided to them as in terms of direct aid, and it can be even increased by another additional 15%. That is, not only being under the age of 40, but also being a woman implies greater aid availability. And with the EAGF, which we continue to work upon, we are working on specific measures and mechanisms, eligibility criteria for women, as well as intensifying aid to women in terms of positive or affirmative action. And again, these are all a series of tools which are going to allow us to include the gender perspective in our new framework program. So how is Andalusia doing in terms of all of these challenges? Well, we see that in our strategic plan, we have embraced all of these possibilities so that young people can receive higher amounts of aid, especially women. And in terms of the Strategic Plan Monitoring Committee, we have also included members of the women's associations to be representative of this sector, and they are consulted upon throughout the framework program. It is part of the consultative body of the women's policies, women's support policies. And then we also have a second plan for equal opportunities between women and men in agriculture, fishing, and environmental activities in Andalusia, which is part of the Horizon 2027 plan, and again, prioritizing gender equality. And if I may, I'd like to just stop for just a moment and talk about the LEADER program, which is a very specific ERDF program in which policies are done from a top-bottom approach. And well, rather from a grassroots approach. And so the communities decide what they actually need, and they are able to submit those needs to the deciding bodies, to the decision-making bodies. And part of the LEADER program that work with rural development programs, and I have colleagues here that are much more well-versed on the subject, can expand upon that idea in just a few moments. But how do we include the gender perspective when it's not the administration really that makes the first decisions? Well, what we do is prioritize, because we require the organizations or the grassroots organizations, the local action groups, to group together in associations, that they work together in developing new products, environmental investments, programs that have to do with incorporating young people, the promotion of quality training and counseling. And the local action groups or the rural development groups devote these investments to contributing to gender equality. And what they are able to accomplish is very notable. Again, these new strategic actions can be financed totally for investments, for non-productive investments, especially for women who have it much more difficult to access funding and financing from financial institutions, and as well as providing advance payments for all projects and differentiated amounts for women. So again, the gender approach to each and every one of the MFAP's lines of priority is increasingly showing very positive results. In aquaculture, in livestock breeding, in farming activities, we have the local action groups, both in agriculture and fishing, that are supporting these measures. And again, in the new framework program, we're going to again prioritize the promotion of women's participation in the economic, political, and socio-cultural life of fishing communities. Again, working together with the regional ministry and put into place a lot of different measures. As a conclusion, I could say that the three conclusions I would draw are somewhat simple, but I think they are very telling in and of themselves, and that is that the gender gaps in these sectors of agriculture and fishing are indeed notable, but we are in a privileged situation now to incorporate the gender perspective in the strategic planning and implementation of European funds in Andalusia. There's much that we can do with the execution of these European funds. We have a lot of leverage, and we have the legal framework, and we have the budget in place, and we have trained staff. So all of this accumulated experience and the challenges that have been successfully overcome are really the basis for future success. And we do believe that that is what we are on the right path towards. And so in Andalusia, we have a new framework where the gender perspective has been very present in the planning stages and will continue to be so in the present, in the monitoring and evaluation stages in the future, in which the results are yet to come, to see whether we are actually accomplishing what we set out to reach. But I think we are really on the right path towards reaching those goals. And I'd like to end my presentation by showing you a short video clip about a innovative program that received funding, and what better way to end my presentation by showing you a real live example of how our efforts are really taking shape. Innoplan is an agricultural research company whose function is to transfer everything that is done at the scientific level and to transfer knowledge from the scientific sector to companies in the agri-food sector, with the idea of being like an external R&D department in which companies can support or collaborate with us. The subsidized project is to be able to set up our own agri-food innovation laboratory and thus foster proximity between the experimental center and the experimental greenhouse that we have in the laboratory. So in this way, we can optimize waste collection, travel distance, whilst also making our work more agile and sustainable. Although we work for companies all over Spain, I would say that the ones we have closest to us allow us to interact as often as necessary, and that the relationship is much closer. Setting up an agri-food innovation laboratory in a rural area was perhaps not what we thought would happen, but it is very convenient for us to be close to the rural sector, both because there are cooperatives here and because of the location of our experimental farms. The requested line of support was for innovation and the competitiveness and sustainability of the local SMEs, and our project fit very well due to its proximity to the trial farms, which makes waste management much more efficient, and also regarding the issue of energy efficiency, both of all of the equipment and the lighting of the laboratory itself. We have tried to ensure that energy efficiency is a top priority. When we set up the project, we started working side by side with the Alpha Nevada Local Action Group, and this very personal relationship with them allows us to attend conferences and talks that they organize, and where we can also promote what we do. This has allowed us to establish synergies with companies in the area, and in fact, we are currently working on a project that will bring together 4 companies in the area to take advantage of the waste from a brewery, transforming it into a biostimulant that can then go to the cooperatives in the same area. More recently, we have started working with a company from Chile, and currently the most ambitious project we have is with a group of scientists from China, with the idea of sending seeds to the moon and see how they germinate. And from our side, our company will be in charge of overseeing the germination from a physiological standpoint. Since the company was founded, we have grown year after year, but we remain committed to quality employment with highly trained staff. We also work on the issue of emotional salary, that is, to offer flexible hours of entry and exit to the workplace, so that employees can choose their schedule and thus make their work-life balance more acceptable, and we have a 50% men and women gender balance in our employees. And I think the strongest point of our project is innovation, and in fact, one of the lines we are working on most is agricultural sustainability, as well as promoting sustainable agriculture, which is a new line of work. It's not like organic farming, but something very different. And the truth is, it is being very widely accepted. The leader funds have been key for us. The investment required to set up an agri-food innovation laboratory is a substantial one, and the materials are very expensive, the equipment, the installations, etc., all very costly. And without the aid, we probably would not have set it up, or it would have taken us much longer to do so. So again, for us, the leader funds have been key. From my own perspective, coming from the research sector, adapting to change and becoming a woman entrepreneur for me has been a very rewarding and enriching experience. And I truly encourage anyone who wants to be an entrepreneur, but particularly women, to believe in themselves and know that there are many institutions out there to support you, grants that are not widely known about. So I encourage you, because for me this has been a very good experience and I'm very happy, and right now I wouldn't change this step in my career for anything. Thank you, Pilar, for your presentation and for sharing your ample knowledge about the gender perspective in public policy in Andalusia. It was very exciting also to see an example of a woman in the rural environment getting aid through the LEADER project, and how that has really changed her life. Well, I'm now going to give the floor to Ignacio Alguacil. Hello, Ignacio. Hello, good morning. Thank you for being with us, joining us online. I would like to first introduce Ignacio. He holds a degree in law from the University of the Basque Country and in political science and administration from the University of Salamanca. He also holds a master's degree in European Union Studies, a field in which he has acquired relevant experience thanks to his one-year stay at the Basque Country's delegation in Brussels. He has extensive experience in the field. Since 2007, he has been working at the AZI Foundation, an institution linked to the Basque Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food Policy, mainly providing advisory services on state aid, as well as the management and coordination of the EAFRD fund in the Basque Country, providing technical support to the managing authority since 2014. So I now give the floor to Ignacio. Please go right ahead.
Good morning. First of all, let me apologize for not being present with you there in Sevilla, and being from the northern part of the country, the idea of traveling to Sevilla in December was very attractive, but I had agenda issues and I couldn't really make it, but I hope the connection works well and that we can deliver our message without any further issue. I hope that the presentation that I've prepared fits in with the different subjects that have been dealt with throughout this day, and I hope that my participation is useful and gives you some ideas that can be also replicated in your respective fields of action. And in any case, I'm open to any questions that you will have. Let me try and see if I can handle this PowerPoint presentation and turn the slides. Yeah, that's okay. Good. So as an introduction to the Basque Country case, let me start by saying that we have a particularity, which is a condition, in a positive way, the implementation of the gender perspective in the ERDF in Euskadi, which is the status of women farmers, which is regulated by law since 2015. This particular status, said in a summarized way, includes the necessary measures in order to ensure the equality of treatment and opportunities between men and women in the agriculture sector and in general in the rural world. As you will be able to see on the screen, This particular law includes all the different aspects that can be related to facilitating the scenario of equality in the agrarian sector and the rural world. You can see that we are referring to the promotion of women's employment to favor conciliation of private and public life, the participation of women in decision-making processes, participation of women in rewards, visibility of women, and so on and so forth. So what we can say is that in the Basque country, this regulation, this law, is giving us the roadmap towards equality in the agrarian and rural world, because in everything we do in these sectorial aspects, we have to take into account not only the general equality laws, but also the particular obligation and requirements included in this regulation regarding women in the rural world and the agriculture sector. On the other hand, I think it's important to highlight the very important support that we got from the participation in what we call GETIFE, which is the Interinstitutional Technical Working Group on Equality in the European funds. I will not dwell on this, but this is a group that is born in Emakunde, the Basque Institute for Women, that started to work with us in the middle of the previous program, with a foot in the Rural Development Program and another foot in the next new future development program. So we were, on the one hand, in the implementation part of the former program and in the designing part of the future program. And because my previous speaker talked about the common agricultural policy, I will not dwell on that. But the fact that we were in the midst of these two programming periods let us really include the gender perspective in the different programming of intervention to help that we have just launched right now in 2023, beginning of the new programming period. And what was our starting point? The previous period in which we had already implemented concrete actions on regarding equality, as you can see on the screen. Amongst other things, we applied selection criteria for some measures through which we would give priority to applications presented by women, or they would get more points than those presented by men, which also facilitated the presence of equality bodies in the monitoring committee, sex disaggregated data on natural persons, and which is something that we have just seen in Pilar's presentation. In Andalusia, they are also working on disaggregated data, both in FEADR and in FEDER. And I believe that the action that has had the biggest impact, the fact that we had the working process already active from this GETIFE interinstitutional group on the European funds. Thanks to that coordination space, in 2022, we managed to carry up an evaluation and assessment of the gender perspectives in the programming. Without giving you much detail on the conclusions of this evaluation program, I would highlight the fact that men got a higher level of subvention, and the participation of women in the FEADR funds was minority. So we realized that not all the support in the Basque country had included the gender perspective as a priority. Thanks to this evaluation, we have included all these problems in the new programming designed for the period 23-27. And in this evaluation program that maybe we would have not taken into account unless we have really be part of this experience with the Just Transition Center and with the institutional group on European funds. That work in this group was very important, was key to strengthen the need to work on effective equality between men and women, and the need to channel in an adequate way the funds in order to achieve these objectives of equality. And let me now refer to what were the most significant actions that we have implemented regarding this new programming activity in the framework of the new strategic plan of the Common Agricultural Policy that we can specify in these 4 points that are indicated in the slide. There is nothing really new here, and I think that all these aspects have already been touched upon in the previous interventions. First of all, as regards the composition of the monitoring committee, which would be one of the most important bodies for the governance of the strategic plan, in the case of the Basque Country, we have a total of 36 people, represented 36 institutions or entities, and I don't think you can read it very well in the slide, but the most important thing is that there is a parity of men and women, 19 men and 17 women, but beyond that, out of the 36 institutions that are part of the monitoring committee, 8 of them belong to equality bodies or groups of rural women, organized rural women, which is more than 30% of the composition of the monitoring committee. And this is something that we saw. It was the case in Andalusia and was very much taken into account in the Andalusian Regional Monitoring Committee. As regards the criteria for selection, the selection criteria, I tried to include a different criteria of 3 concrete interventions of our program so that you would be able to see how we have included criteria that give priority to women instead of men, because we give more points to projects that are originated in women's group. As a general principle, we try to give the gender factor point more or less at 15% of the total amount of points that are given to each project. And that was also the case of the complementary payment to the F.P.A fund that Pilar referred to. And let me say that in the particular cases in which the beneficiary is not a private person but a legal person, we also include the priority if that particular legal institution is mainly represented by women. In some cases, when we have the leader operations, in which is the left-hand side card, when we evaluate the employment generation, the higher punctuation is given if the most jobs are created for women. Those were 3 examples of different interventions that we have. And as regards the gender focus in external communication in all public documents and public leaflets, and we try to respect a balanced presence of men and women and somehow break the stereotypes and the gender roles that are often present in the agrarian sector and rural world. And just to conclude, let me say that to highlight a few things of our programming. First of all, I would like to say that it is extremely important to continuously cooperate. The administration is constantly cooperating with the civil society. From our experience, network becomes a key strategy if we want to approach gender equality in a very efficient way. In our particular case, the Basque Institute of Women, Emakunde, was key, very important for this, as well as the technical support and the input that we get from the unit of equality of our own Department of Agriculture. And also, I think it is very important that we strengthen the training and capacity building of technical staff on equality issues when dealing with the different sorts of aids and coordination of programs, as it is my own case, because it is us who are in charge of the administration of the whole program, and we need to be trained. We need to really have the necessary capacity in order to implement concrete actions in favor of equality between men and women. And We are always in touch with Ecunde, the Basque Women's Institute, in order to strengthen our technical abilities, and we are now organizing training courses that will be taking place throughout 2024 for all the people who are working in coordination in the management of AIDS in the Basque country. And this is our current work. And that's it on my side. Let me please give you this link in which we have all the context related to the strategic plan for the CAP, just in case you want to know in more detail what we do and how we do it. Thank you very much, Ignacio. I think that your speech was very clear, and how the whole thing is a cross-country, is a cross perspective of the F.P.A, the cross-cutting experience. So let's move on. I will now give the floor to Maria Jesus Moreno. Maria Jesus Moreno, she is a civil servant in the Senior Corps of Financial Management Administration since 1995. She began in Jaén, where she carried out budget monitoring and recruitment tasks. In 1988, she was appointed head of the public companies section, where she acquired experience in the public sector, and she has functions of coordination, monitoring, and supervision of different companies of the Andalusian regional government. In 2000, she moved to the European Fund's Director General as an advisor for the European Social Fund, becoming head of the European Social Fund Service. At the end, she was appointed director of the Control and Quality Employment Service in 2013 until 2017. Since then, she's been a technical advisor in the General Technical Secretariat of the current Regional Ministry of Tourism, in charge of coordination of European funds. She has quite a large experience in the field of equality, with emphasis on the participation in the constitution of the Commission for Gender Impact in the budgets of the then Regional Ministry of Economy and Finance, created by virtue of Article 139 of Law 18/2003. So now you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mar. I'd like to begin by focusing on some of the devolved powers of our regional ministry, which is a relatively young regional ministry, because it began with the Presidential Decree 10/2022 of the Presidency of the Junta de Andalucía, and it restructured all of the powers from tourism, culture, historical heritage, and sports. So our activities are primarily oriented at the promotion of people-oriented actions. So it promotes in our decree, in our structuring, has to do with, for example, Article 5 from Law 12/2007, which states that all public authorities shall integrate a gender perspective in the elaboration, implementation, and monitoring of public provisions. And Article 50A in paragraph 5, in promotion of women, has a specific article with regards to sport and sporting activities, and another article referring to culture. Also from Law 12/2007, also contemplates measures for the prevention and comprehensive protection against gender-based violence, which in Article 10 promotes cultural, artistic, and sporting activities and equal opportunities which have been inherently embraced by our administration in our regional ministry. I'm not going to go into each and every one of the powers or responsibilities of our regional ministry, but we are basically active in 3 areas: tourism, culture, and sports. When we are involved in tourism strategies, cultural strategies, cultural activities, and the coordination of staff and personnel in these 3 areas. Now, getting right down to the issue at hand, let's talk about some of the European funds that are granted to our regional ministry, which is the ERDF, Operational Program Funds 2014-2020, as well as the programming funding for 21-27. In addition to that, we also have a small EAFRD grant, the operational program for the rural development in Andalusia 2014-22, as well as the Common Agricultural Policy Strategic Plan for 2023-27. All of these are managed through the ministry, as well as with the resilience and recovery mechanism, which in component 14 has to do with the plan for modernizing and making our tourism sector more competitive. Component 24, which is the revaluation of the cultural industry. Component 25 of Spain Audiovisual Hub, and 26 plan for the promotion of the sports sector. I'm not going to go into detail on each and every one of these activities, but I would like to give you an overview of some of the scope of application in which we are going to be executing these European funds and what kind of actions we can undertake and what kind of gender equal opportunity actions we can undertake. For in Thread 2, improving access to use and quality of ICTs. In Thread 3, improving the competitiveness of SMEs. And more specifically, in terms of culture and tourism, the promotion and growth of our cultural and historical heritage. That is, those areas of particular high tourist interest. In Thread 7, we also have been working on a number of lines. For example, the energy efficiency measures for historical buildings and installations. And then once we have pinpointed those areas in which we can have a greater impact, we've been looking at the principle of equal opportunities in all of our actions. These are gender-related criteria. For example, in terms of the planning of the projects, one of the legal instruments we use in this regard are the competitive procurement process with equal opportunity for all. And so these include the principle of using the gender criteria as a barometer for providing equal opportunity to both women and men, and we assess those actions which could contribute to a better work-life balance or could avoid a feminization of different gender gaps. And then we also have the different special measures for implementation. For example, we have greater interest in those projects that combat unemployment affecting women or encourage the wider participation of women in the labor market or the reconciliation of work and family life. And after having looked at all of these parameters, we choose those projects which fulfill the equal opportunity criteria. And in order to select these projects, they have to be part of a G+ project. In this fora, it's especially significant to mention this, and it has to be applied to all areas. So, for example, either to sports, culture, or tourism. And then we also pay special attention to those projects that have specific conditions for tackling gender inequalities. In our regional ministry, we have a number of projects underway that are aimed at modernizing access to our systems for citizen participation and involvement in everything that our regional ministry supports. And we have a new intranet council, which is available for all of the staff in our regional ministry. And we also have what we call a gender unit within the intranet council. And so we have a web portal which is specifically devoted to gender-related issues. And I think this is especially important to mention because we make our staff more specialized, better trained, and more aware of the gender-related issues in terms of all of the actions that are undertaken in our regional ministry. With regards to citizen participation, I'd also like to mention that we have web portals such as our museum portals, which visualize women in terms of artistic creation and raises awareness in terms of permanent virtual exhibitions related to gender-based violence. So for many years, that lack of visibilization has been very patent, and now we are trying to lower that and make women's artistic creation and gender-based violence more highly visualized. And then we have a number of cultural infrastructures, such as those that are denouncing the normalization of gender-based violence that has habitually or customarily occurred throughout history. And through different cultural infrastructures, we have exhibitions that allow people to have a more critical view of the situation. And so that artistic creation is not only seen as something natural, but also something that reveals the true realities and allows even the younger generations to have a more critical eye and be capable of discerning the artistic value as well as not normalizing situations of inequality. The different art centers have to be places where equal opportunity always exists. And here I would like to highlight the Andalusian Center of Contemporary Art, which is also funded by ERDF funds, and the Center for the Creation of Contemporary Art in Andalusia, whose aim is to visualize and support female creation as well as foster work-life balance. The CAAC, or Andalusian Center of Contemporary Art, is the first center in Spain to have a parity-based policy in terms of exhibits, as well as in each and every one of the actions and activities it organizes, that it has the same number of exhibits of women artists as men artists, as well as the activities that they organize, whether it be a seminar, a conference, or any other activity. That same parity-based policy is always upheld. And then the Center for the Creation of Contemporary Art in Andalusia, which is also known as the C3A, also supports female creation and has a residence for fostering the participation of women and an affirmative action project which allows people to have dependents to be able to take part in their activities. Another very attractive project they have underway is called the BUHO, or BUO, which means owl in Spanish. And from 8 to 3, they have a room open for young people from, well, actually young children between the age of 3 and 8, so they can come and have an opportunity to learn about art at a very young age. And in terms of tourism, we have a lot of grants available to businesses and companies, but I think it's even more interesting to look at the statistics on tourism, the Andalusian Tourism Statistics and Analysis System, which also highlights something which I think is very important. That is the indicators that we use that are sex disaggregated data. And this data allows us to discern whether actions that we undertake and actions we put in place using EU funds regarding tourism have already integrated the gender perspective. Another important project that is funded is the General Plan for Sustainable Tourism in Andalusia, 2021-2027, whose fulfilling equal opportunities between men and women is embraced together with other gender-sensitive actions, one of which is either funded by ERDF or regional funds. And these gender-sensitive actions have to do with promoting gender equality in tourism companies, searching for areas in which greater competitiveness, more training, higher quality training, opportunities for women to support tourism projects. All of these taken together are open to women candidates. And then moving on to sports. Perhaps the area of sports is the one area in which the gender gap is probably the most pronounced. If you look at any other policies, it's one of the lesser known but perhaps more serious areas in which gender gaps exist. So trying to break down that gender gap in the type of sports played is what we're really after. Well, to share how deep that gender gap is, well, we've taken a lot of surveys, and for example, we've been able to gather a lot of indicators. I'm just going to extrapolate some of those because of the lack of time. I don't have all the time I would like, but just to extrapolate some of those indicators, give you an idea of the severity of the gender gap in sports in 2022, which are the latest data we have. And these surveys have been carried out over the past 10 years, so they're very consolidated and very reliable data from the different sports federations in Andalusia. The sports license for 2022, you can see there's a clear gender gap. There is a reduction in just 2%, but again, the gender gap continues to be quite severe. The number of sports licenses, 75% versus 24%. If you look at the older, over 18s, it's even greater, 85 versus 14.9%. In all kinds of sports licenses, there is a gender gap of between 19 or 23%. It doesn't matter whether you're an athlete, a coach, a referee. There's always a gender gap in all of these activities. There are only 4 sports in which women dominate. For example, gymnastics, volleyball, skating, or equestrian arts. But again, in other sports such as football or soccer, rather, dominated by men. Game hunting, again, 99.13% are men. Golf, alpine sports, and basketball. So what kinds of opportunities are made available to women? Well, the public enterprise for the management of tourism and sports of Andalusia has sponsored women's sporting events, especially directed at visibilizing women in sports, especially elite sports, and a greater participation of women in sports overall, especially in which there is a dominating role of male athletes. So we've had sponsoring of women's sports events. Perhaps the most telling of these would be the Costa del Sol Open, which is the women golf competition. And again, in 2018, we had the startup of a new program called Let's Inspire, which had the objective of selecting a group of golf students that would work together with elite women golf players, and they would see the experience and what they could learn from these elite golf players. And then we had the sponsorship of other women's teams, especially those sports that are dominated by male athletes, such as first division soccer or indoor soccer teams or handball. So basically, these are the activities that we have put in place in the areas of tourism, culture, and sport. This is just a very, very brief overview of what we're doing. And of course, using ERDF funds and European Social Fund, all kinds of EU funds. But at the same time, I think it was important just to give you this overview of what we're doing in my regional ministry in terms of achieving greater gender equality between women and men. So thank you very much on my behalf and on behalf of my regional ministry. Thank you very much for sharing with us all of the ways you promote gender equality in culture, tourism, and sports. And now I'd like to give the floor to our last speaker in this session, Cesar Martin. I'd just like to introduce Cesar. He holds a degree in economics from the University of Seville and has a master's degree in public statistics from the same institution. He is a civil servant of the Superior Court of Statistics of the Junta de Andalucía since October 2006, and his initial steps were taken at Andalusia's Institute of Statistics and Cartography, working in the analysis and production of labor market statistics, quarterly and annual regional accounting of Andalusia, input-output framework, and matrices of Andalusia's social accounting and accounts of institutional sectors and households. Between the years of 2011 and 2021, he managed the Employment Intermediation Service at the Andalusian Employment Service, where he worked on the employment intermediation and business services model of the public employment services. Since 2021, he then became head of the Information Management and Processing Service of the Andalusian Employment Service, a newly created service, a support structure for the two major transformation projects in which the Andalusian Employment Service is currently immersed, and whose aim is to develop a new model of integrated management and development of statistical profiling tools for job seekers as basic pillars of the transformation process towards a data-led or data-driven organization, among other changes. Well, also, since joining the Andalusian Employment Service, Cesar is responsible for the permanent prospection system of the Andalusian labor market, or the Argos Observatory, and the EURES network in Andalusia. So without further ado, Cesar, please, you have the floor.
First of all, let me thank Pilar for inviting us to, it's okay, for inviting us to be part of this seminar today. Please congratulate me on the organization of this conference. Thank you to all the audience here and those who are on streaming. I'm suffering from a little bit of a flu, so I might end up coughing today. But since I have very few minutes, I will not have enough time to bore you after so many presentations already. And let me explain you how the gender perspective is integrated in the management of the active employment policies in Andalusia and the importance that this has in the life of people. My idea is to explain in a brief and quick way how the gender perspective is integrated in the management of the active employment policies, as well as in the life of the people at a point in life in which, from a certain age, the employment is the center of our lives. We cannot forget that there is a kind of a pyramidal approach to this, because we need to have the regulatory context and the budgetary context, and also the way we work, the results of our employment. We have a new employment legislation, and how this new legislation integrates the gender perspective, and how do we fund everything we do. From that funding, we have European funds as part of the funding of our projects, programs, and methodology. This is the structure because I want you to see how gender perspective is included across the employment policies and how the European funds are helping this gender approach. This is not an approach that say, I'm going to take funds and then I will going to apply them to gender policies. No, I have a gender policy across my perspective, my policy, active employment policies, and then I use the European funds to support my already clear gender approach. And the government of Andalusia states clearly how we work on the employment policies in Andalusia. There are many images here. When did we start talking about discrimination? We started talking about discrimination in the Constitution. We have different equality legislation at national level, regional level. We have sustainable development goals at the global level, in which one of the very concrete objectives is to empower women and girls in order to eliminate this burden and the burden to growth, which is discrimination. The European Strategy 2025, which I like a lot because it integrates the gender perspective that boys and girls, men and women should be able to choose the way they want to follow, that should enjoy the same level of opportunities and participate in social and political life at the on equal footing as the rest of people in the building of a European society. We have the European Charter on Social Rights that devotes a whole chapter of equality of men and women as regards employment opportunities. This is the regulations and the pillars on which we establish our actions, but we have the budget frameworks, the European framework that Rogelio referred to, in which he very clearly otherwise explained that it is not completely integrated, the budget, the gender budgeting completely integrated. Let me not go further in that. We have the government budget that in 2019 include the compulsorily the report of the gender impact of this budget. And then we have the Junta de Andalucía, the regional government, which is absolutely innovative and since 2003 integrates gender perspective in the budget. There is a budget, gender budgeting, which is a key element for the cross-cutting gender integration in our budgeting activity. This is, we are pioneers in this, and many of the different legislation is really giving us the legal coverage that we need to do this. It's not just an idea, it's part of a law. And then we have a labor market, which is the result of our history. And we need to take our history into account. We're talking about a higher level of unemployment amongst women than amongst men, labor discrimination for women and not for men. This is the result of a history. After the constitutional in Spain, women starts going to the salaried work and the employment rates of women start exponentially, and there is an economy that is not able to create as many jobs as these women require, needs and demand. And we have a lot of social also issues, labor discrimination of women that the labor inspection cannot even find. We have a present, there are summits about gender. Gender is all over our lives. We're talking about equality programs in the different private companies. We see wage gaps in the companies. We see that in the United States, companies are paying high billions of dollars because of gender issues in front of the courts. And that is the current situation. That's our present. And that is our starting point when we need to draft our active employment policies. We cannot base our employment policies in trying to whatever the economic development was not able to do it. Now we're going to be able to do it. No, we need to implement employment policies that show us that the opportunities of access to employment are the same, that the career promotions are the same, and depends on, and then the structure of the labor market will try to walk towards that blue future, which rather than equal future, I want to talk about a balanced future in which people choose what they want, that there is an equal opportunities for everybody, and in which public action is important. When I was an economics student, I was told that market economics will only need the intervention of the public administration when the market is not well organized. Well, if we have a very inefficient market situation, the administration must take its role and intervene. So thanks to all that, we have a new public legislation on 2023 in February, whose objective, the objective of this new employment legislation, is inclusive labor market. That goes beyond equal opportunities because of gender. We're talking about inclusive labor market, markets that include everybody depending on their abilities. Effective equality of opportunity, non-discrimination in access to employment. Special care is taken to avoid discrimination based on sex, a balanced presence of male and female employees, working conditions compatible with co-responsibility, and non-discrimination in the planning, organization, and development of employability actions. And also there is a particular article, Article 51, which is the gender perspective in employment policies. And this article talks about effective equality of treatment at opportunity, avoid any direct or indirect discrimination, and employability action dedicated exclusively to women, setting quantitative sectoral targets for reducing the employment gap, which is true. The incorporation of male workers in order to reduce also occupational segregation. You see how ambitious this law is. We should not think of the 50%. Let's think of balance. Balance that will be the result of the abilities, competencies, and capacities of the people, no matter what gender, and whether they are the right profile for the needs of the production tissue. And how do we translate these into active employment policies? There are two components, which is the service provision and also the execution of program. The active service provision has to do with activities that have to do with things that we do a long time and have to do with the needs of people. Programs have to do with measures and actions that are organized in a given moment in time in order to improve opportunities or improve qualities in a given period of time. And it is important that we take this into account, because it's important when analyzes the gender perspective in a public employment service within a public employment policy. The services that we, the public employment service, offer are the guarantee of equal opportunities between men and women, as Maria Jesus from the Culture Department was saying. We're working with people, with individuals. Individuals have needs, and we need to cover their needs no matter what sex or gender is. And we have programs that are not there to guarantee any rights, but that are there to contribute to the improvement of the situation that may, so that women may have an easier access to the labor market. And in order to do all that, what do we have as funding? What is the financing source of all this? We have the budget programs that are part of the active employment policies, for which we have the competency. But I will focus my intervention on the examples of employability, intermediation, and employment promotion, which is the Andalusian's employment service, and also because this is the program that use more of the European social funds of all the employment policies that we have in place in Andalusia. And this is what the reason why we are here. We have our own funds from the Andalusian budget, sectorial budget, and also the operational program from the European social funds, and some exceptional funds like the Next Generation EU funds. which are completely exceptional. If we now talk about the 32L program, we see there is a good increase in the past few years after the pandemic, thanks to a greater level of funding, and also because there is a flexibilization of the whole bureaucracy, and the red tape has been simplified a lot in order to grant the necessary subsidies. But I'm interested in you to look at this cake here. More than 30% of our resources is given to the service providing. These are the offices and the civil servants that are there to take care of the public, to advise companies. And then we have 64% of the whole budget of that program that is aimed at programs. And if you go to the bar graph on the bottom of the slide, we see what is the spread of these services. First of all, we have the autonomous funds, people who give services, and when giving those services, because of the principle of guarantees of the public administration, we guarantee equality of treatment for men and women, and also the necessary actions in favor of those who are in a less favorable position. And then we have the European funds that are aimed at programs and that must contribute somehow to diminish, decrease, reduce somehow the obstacles that women may find when accessing employment or having a career path, a professional development. This is the priority, the operational program 2014-2020, but the priority, one of the priorities of intervention is employment. So we have a clear priority, which is employment, whose funding comes from this operational European Social Fund part. And also we have the regulation, even though we had a report by which the program does not include the gender perspective. That regulation that has an endless name because of the amount of funds. It says in Article 7 clearly the promotion of equality between men and women, and that we should avoid any discrimination because of sex. And that is clear, stated in Article 7. Let me focus my rest of my intervention in three elements of these programs that, even though they are not dedicated specifically to women, or apparently not a visibility of the gender issue that we are dealing with here, it looks, but I say that it would seem that they could contribute to reduce certain burdens or certain positions or certain obstacles that women may have in the labor market. I chose these three programs because of the large amount of money that these programs have. The program 32L, the Employment Regional Ministry, has managed 50% of the whole operational program 2014-2020. We're talking about two initiatives that have to do with the priority Pillar 1, and there's another initiative that has to do with the reactivate funds that were later incorporated because or as a consequence of the pandemic that we suffered. The initiative, the Social and Community Cooperation Initiatives, that is a program that is aimed at promoting local development. The municipalities prepare projects and they get money for the implementation of these projects, and in order to do that, they need workers, and in order to do that, they come to the employment offices so that we manage. That is the first gender perspective. The selection processes are carried out according to merit, capacity, and professionalism without taking into account the gender, and with all the guarantee that the hiring is completely legal, the level of the remuneration, and so on and so forth. The Bono Empleo Joven Initiative, that is the initiative for employment for the youth, is the guarantee for the youth promotion and youth employment. These are funds to try and guarantee the access of youth to the labor market, and within the youth access to labor, even young women have more difficulties in accessing labor market. These two aspects do not incorporate, or they are not specifically focused on gender. Women are not a priority. This is just employment, but this is somehow, if there are women employed, they had some very little extra money, but it was not focused on gender. But analyze the gender perspective and how these funds can contribute to the equality of opportunities between men and women would require a complete cross-cutting perspective assessment from the gender perspective and in the employment, in the societies where we live. For more people, our life is depends on employment, and employment is a basic part of our life. So having or not having a job is key for our situation, our individual, our present situation in our society. If you see the graphs, the orange bar is the amount of contract that had been implemented throughout the period, and the bar in blue is the contracts thanks to the European social funds. You see that there is a greater balance in the initiative with European social funds. 52% are contracts to men, 59% to women, whereas in not European funds, 47% were for men and 40% for women. So you see that the European social funds have increased in 6 percentage points the ability to women accessing jobs. And then on the right-hand side, you have the number of men and women that are hired in the activities that are more representatives in the programs and projects. And we should also analyze whether the municipalities have really contributed and have taken into account gender perspectives. You see that there is a sectorial disproportion, blue for men, orange for women. You see a high level of disproportion, and we should try with the programming and initiatives a higher level of balance and representative of gender. As regards the young initiative, the young employment initiative, we have more women in the European Social Funds programs than in the other programs. We should analyze this in detail because this is maybe not as simple as that. And then these companies that have the furlough systems, and even though the furlough systems were systems addressed to unemployed, was to people who were active in employment but had to stop their activity because of the COVID situation. And we see that even though we analyze that with the people in employment, we have better balanced situation. These furloughs schemes aimed or helped by the social funds. So the DOE Plus is very important when we're talking about employability, intermediation, and employment. In the audit that took place in 2021 on the assessment of the program, the category that is assigned to the different measures we referred to are clear there. This is not just employment. We need to talk about a lot of other things besides employment. Very quickly, MMR funds, that the transformation and recovery and resilience funds that are exceptional funds, but they deserve a specific mention here today because of the context that we are dealing with, because the gender equality was one of the 4 pillars on digital transformation, green transformation, equality of gender equality and social cohesion. And in the framework of this program, the Employment Regional Ministry is developing 2 very important programs that do not have to do with the, one has to do with the digital training of women and development of women in the rural area. And there are other programs that are not specifically oriented to women, but from the point of view of the social employment, public employment services, when they carry out interviews, they more or less favor women. And 21-27, thanks to the funds for this image, is very good. And out of the 5 pillars of the program, 2 are devoted to employment. So we have quite a number of resources channeled towards employment. And in the employment priority, we have a very specific objective, which is aimed to the promotion of balanced participation of gender in the employment market, equal working conditions, a good conciliation of private and public life, and access to different services to childhood and people with dependencies. And that is, in this context, the result of the audit report for the program in the budget 2024, which is quite a relevant instrument, and that you can see here that it may seem that employment is integrated, the gender perspective. I don't know whether we are doing a good job or not, but the truth is that the way we work, we integrate the gender perspective, but I think there is room for improvement. This is extremely important that we move forward. The impact of that particular implementation of the public policy has on to really streamline the gender approach to all posts we're talking about. Thank you very much. Maybe I spoke too much, but thank you. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Cesar, for your very, very informative presentation. You're absolutely right. It's absolutely vital to have the gender perspective from the very outset and have the EU funds there to contribute to advancing society in the key of gender equality. Just one added remark is that we are going to have the gender assessment impact report included in that, but that we're on the way to getting that implemented as well. To that line of action, I think you will all agree that we've had a number of very, very interesting presentations, each and every to really delving into the substance, but start off with a first round of questions and then give the audience the opportunity to Pilar Garrido. As we've seen from your presentation, the Regional Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Rural Development has a long history in implementing EU funds with a gender perspective, and I would like to say, what is the current status of the statute for rural and maritime women in Andalusia, and what would you say are its main advances? Well, thank you, Mar. Yes, the statute for rural and maritime women in Andalusia is in its very latest stages of implementation. Not as much as in the Basque Country, but in Andalusia, it's going to be extremely important for women to have that legal framework supporting them in the agricultural and maritime environment. This is going to be an important step forward. We've just finished the report with all of the allegations and contributions and with the Economic and Social Committees input, and then that would be taking it. The next step would be for the Deputy Regional Minister to take it to the Advisory Council, to the Council of Regional Ministers, and I can't give you a spoiler as to what will happen next Thursday, but towards incorporating this statute in each and every one of the actions and priorities related to gender equality and including it in all of the mechanisms and measures taken for the sector. And so I truly believe this is going to be a very, very strong step forward, and this is going to be part of the measures passed by the Council of the Regional Government in a very short period of time. So 2024, I think, will be a year of good news in that regard. Well, thank you, Pilar. We will soon find out. The next question is for Ignacio Alguacil. Ignacio, during your presentation, you mentioned the existence of a coordination group that you have in the Basque Country for European funds, which is led by not the Andalusian Institute, no, the Basque The Basque Institute for Women, Emakunde, I believe is the name. And I was wondering if you could give us more details about the functioning of this group, how you work, that is, what actions are carried out within the group, the Basque Institute for Women. Well, the group, which is coordinated and led by Emakunde, which is the Basque Institute for Women, manage all of the EU funds that are granted, the structural funds for the European social funds, ERDF, and the EAFRD, and the MFA. These departments that have to manage these funds are integrated into the group. And so basically their aim is that all women and men and the application of the cross-cutting application of these funds is actually done in the application, implementation, execution, and assessment of all of the programs that are funded by EU funds. And this is done through the through the application or appointment of trained staff or personnel so that ad hoc actions can be taken for involvement, participation, experimentation, training. And more particularly, what our coordination group does is try to improve the coordination by fostering the intercommunication between all of the departments involved and all of the teams that coordinate and manage the EU funds, and thereby improve the training and capacitation of these staff members, and thereby ensure that there is the efficient incorporation of the gender perspective in all of the funds and all of the budget cycle, which has been mentioned throughout today's conference. That is, not only the design, planning, execution, follow-up, and reporting, that is, all of the funded steps of the entire project are encompass the gender perspective. And in order to do this, we have to have a task force which puts in place an action plan and a methodology and itinerary, which include specific actions that have to be implemented by each fund. And so we try to adapt our action plan to the circumstances or to the time and place of the specific actions that will be undertaken by each of the management team or EU fund, and in this way be able to program and schedule those actions, those ad hoc actions. But again, with our action, what we pursue is to improve constantly the way we manage funds, but also raise awareness, have ongoing and permanent follow-up and accompaniment throughout the group, and allow for flexibility in working in Emakunde, and so that our task forces and working groups always adapt to the specific context of each of the individual funds for projects. And so for ERDF, for example, the latest actions we've undertaken in our group have been, on the one hand, well, since we were talking about the new programming period 21-27 for Common Agricultural Policy, we've been including the gender perspective in the AZO fund, and then we've also designed the interventions for aid requests, and we've also worked together with other members of the team in order to encompass all kinds of actions that include the gender perspective, which was no easy task whatsoever, because during this process we had between 50 and 60 technicians or technical advisors who were actually the ones who manage these funds. And so, as you can imagine, 50 or 60 technical advisors is a lot of people. They don't all have the same level of sensibility or sensitive or awareness of the problem. And then we're also planning in the confines of this group some of the different training sessions that we can provide to the members of Emakunde, whether it be in how to gather indicators, how to do follow-up, or how to apply methodologies. And so in a nutshell, what we're trying to do is move forward with all of this. With each and every EU fund, we do this in an individualized manner. That is, we have between 2 and 3 interventions of the EU funds yearly, depending on the department and on the ministry. And then we also have plenary assemblies in which we talk about all of the funds, and that's where we usually brainstorm and talk about what each and every one of us is doing, and we talk about our experiences and actions that we have carried out throughout the year. And we also make plans for the future. Thank you, Ignacio. That was very, very informative. I think that's all very, very good practice to take note of. My next question has to do with Maria Jesus Moreno's presentation. It was very interesting to see how your regional Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sport has revealed the extreme gender gap that exists, especially in the area of sports. And I'd like to know if the EU funds that we've talked about are putting in place actions to reduce that gender gap in sports. Well, specific actions using EU funds are underway, using the Recovery and Resilience Mechanism. In the 26th component in sports, we have an investment that is being programming for gender equality in sports, and this investment has 2 areas. One is for equal opportunities, and the other is for equal opportunities for the disabled in sports activities. We are going to grant approximately 18 million euros to this effect for these 2 programs, and they include a range of activities, fostering insertion, inclusion, awareness raising, etc. And specifically, we are going to have an activity focused on organizing equal opportunity competitions outside of the official federations. We also have 2 awareness-raising campaigns, one regarding women referees and judges for sports, so that there are a greater number of women who train in becoming referees. And we're also going to have an awareness-raising program for school children. And lastly, I'd like to mention that we have another approval for a grant in the sports area. One is for the conciliation of work-life balance of women who are licensed in different sports federations, so that they can acquire greater work-life balance. And we're also going to have another line of grants for the professionalization of women in different sports, not only as referees but as athletes. And we are going to provide scholarships for women in becoming both professional athletes as well as becoming referees or judges in different sports. Okay, thank you, Maria Jesus. That was extremely interesting in the midterm to see that come about. And my last question is for Cesar Martin. In your presentation, you talked about specific programs for women under the Recovery and Resilience Mechanism, which have a local dimension as well. I don't know if you could share some more details, more relevant details about its content and objectives.
As I said, we need to understand that when we're talking about this gender perspective, when we try to implement active employment policies, it depends on the opportunities, where the funds are and what access to these funds are. Even though the Recovery and Resilience Mechanism is an extraordinary fund, we have a number of axes that give us the opportunity to develop political actions, policies that we were not able to do in the past. And this is why we now, thanks to the Directorate General for Training, which is the digital training for women, which is called Preparadas. And this fits perfectly well with two of the pillars of the plan to promote equality of opportunities and advance towards digital transformation. This is a program which is training on digital competencies aimed at women in rural areas, in municipalities of less than 30,000 people, in transformation areas, in where we call the intervention areas of specific needs. These are defined by the law in Andalusia. The program has four main objectives, and first of all is to improve the possibilities of inclusion of women maybe from the rural areas in the labor market, to foster the entrepreneurship of these women through startups of technological nature, reduce the gender gap, and also generate synergies and development in the rural areas that, as you are very well aware of, we're trying to analyze what's going on in those rural areas. And there are training initiatives both to improve the possibilities to access salaried employment, as well as how we can help entrepreneurship amongst women. We have a catalog that started in September 2023. This will be in the implementation phase until the end of 2025. We're talking about 25,000 beneficiary women. These are very short training modules of 40 hours, because we really need to extract as much potential as possible. And finally, we will have a non-formal kind of certification, but the different companies will take into account whenever they really want to realize that they want to employ this kind of women. And there is a very important component here, given that there is a sufficient number of women to organize a training course in a given territory, the training course goes to that territory so that women do not have to go away, and this has a very local component, quite a very important one. Thank you very much, Cesar. And it's a pity that we stop here, because I have a number of questions. I would love to go on talking with you all, but we are running out of time, and I don't know whether the audience here or online wants to put a question. People are tired. Any question from internet? Well, then, in that case, oh, yeah, there is a question from internet. Thanks a lot. Thanks to all the speakers. I am an auditor, and after all the questions, I really have to run to catch a train after that. But first of all, I want to congratulate you all, because it's been extremely interesting. I would have questions for all five of you, but let me focus on Pilar because of the agriculture aspects of the whole thing. With Cesar's explanation, I loved when you talked about parity and 50% on the museum. That was the only one in Spain with that level of parity. So I would like to talk on that measure of parity, 50%, but we don't have time to focus on that. So I would like to focus my question in agriculture. Pilar, you said that the EAFG, which is different from the EAFRD that Ignacio referred to very clearly, in the European Agricultural Guarantee Fund, there was a plus of 20% because of the person being a woman. My question is, what is the impact that is sought because of this? What is the objective of this measure? Because we have the gender gap, but is there anything else? What would be the vision of this kind of intervention? What would be the final end of this kind of intervention? Thank you very much. And thank you for that. I am very glad you really focus your attention on that, because we didn't have much time. The agro-food sector, and particularly all the people in the EAFG and the F.P.A. are quite old people, and the situation is going even worse. And so there is a priority at European level. We have very few young people in this agriculture sector. So we need to have more women becoming active in this sector. So in Andalusia, we're fostering the incorporation of more young people in this framework 1422, and in the future with a particular measure of the EAFRD, point 21. In the previous framework, we launched 5 calls from 2015. The framework started in 2014. From 2015 to 2022, we launched 5 calls to call for young people to become, and we realized that we only got 30% of all the total beneficiary, only 30% were women. And obviously what happened, so that as our colleagues already said, that this is quite a complex issue and we should really give time to clarify the whole thing, but we saw clearly that we needed to have any extra measures to solve this situation. And in the 2022 call, there was, I think it was 80 million euro, and we had 50 million euro earmarked for women. And that made the whole situation to change, really. That was a successful example, and we managed to incorporate 65% of the total of beneficiaries were women. And the objective, obviously, is that we have young women in the agri-food sector. And there is a lack of young men and women, but if we're talking about young women, there are even less. So that is in the framework of the FEADR, but in the framework of the EAFG, this is a complement that the you need that the farmer needs to be inactive in their exploitation, but this is just an aid to the income. With which objective? This is a payment, a particular plus, a particular amount of money that is given to any young farmer that joins in the program. But in the case of women, we see that the amount of women is very little. So if we give women this specific direct incentive in their income, we realize that in the case of EAFRD, this is something linked to the company development, and they need to fulfill a number of requirements. But you see that the two funds have aligned in order to achieve the same objective, to get young people incorporated in the agri-food sector and more women, because we see that the aging of the people working in this sector is very serious. And I have 5 meals a day, so we need people working in the agri-food sector. So this is a basic strategic issue for the society, both in Andalusia and in the whole of Europe. So we really need to have young people interested in becoming active in this activity. And it is an activity that is more and more, it's modernized. We are pioneer in the incorporation of digital tools in the farming sector. We have a satellite in Andalusia that is there giving information on the situation of our region. That satellite was launched into the space only a month ago. We are really pioneering this digital activity. So I think that if the activity is very well explained, it can be attractive to also have more people staying in the rural areas, because we see that there is a complex situation of people migrating from rural areas to urban areas.
In the Basque Country, is there something similar, or is this applied throughout Spain? I don't know if you have the answer to that. No, actually, in the Basque Country, the measures for incorporating young people in this field is absolutely vital, and I don't think there's any region in all of the European Union can do away with this type of measure, because just as Pilar was saying, the generational replacement of employees in in this agricultural sector is patent throughout Europe, not only in the Basque Country, but also to complement the response of Pilar and to look at it from a different standpoint. The impact that we are looking for in getting a higher score in incorporating women into the labor market can be responded in a general way. What we're trying to do is to reduce the gender gap, whether it's in one way or another, no matter what sector we're talking about. But what kind of measures are we trying to implement to get a better classification, to get a higher score, really puts us in a very difficult situation, which I oftentimes comment with my colleagues about, because sometimes we're missing out on opportunities to become more ambitious in our new programming period. And by this, I'll explain. When we identify a strategy plan for the CAP, we are required to estimate the landmarks that we aim to reach. And continuing on the example of incorporating young people, where we would have to estimate the number of young people that we estimate we are going to be able to incorporate into our programming. For example, 400 young people are going to join the agricultural sector in 23-27 in the Basque Country. And with that, we would comply with what the Commission requests us to do. Then we would have to follow up and disaggregate by gender. But why don't we make the estimations already disaggregated? Why don't we set a challenge and say, if we're going to say 400, we should say the ratio of men and women. Will 30% of the grants go to women and 70% go to men? No, why don't we set a new challenge and say from the very beginning, from the very outset, our objective is that of those 400 young people, we want or we aim that 200 be grants for women and 200 for men, or whatever ratio we decide. But we should try to have that in place from the very outset. But we have to be very courageous to do this. We have to show a commitment, and we have to do the follow-up on that. And we haven't done this in the past in the Basque Country. This is something that we talked about, we discussed, but we did not actually see it come to fruition. I don't know if any other region has done this by doing sex disaggregated estimates for the European Commission in their submission of requests for grants. But I think this would be a very good step forward in increasing gender equality in our programming. Are there any other questions? It does not seem to be the case, and therefore I would close this session, and I would ask the Secretary General for the public budgets for the Ministry of Economy, Finance, and European Funds to close today's session. Just to give us our last but not least, the conclusions of today's conference, I would like to just give a brief overview of today's conference. Of course, it's an honor for me to close this international conference on economics and public budgeting for gender equality. I would like to thank again all of the speakers who've shared their knowledge and experience on the links between gender budgeting and European funds, and of course to all of those who have accompanied us both in person as well as remotely. I'm convinced that we have all dealt with important and highly relevant ideas and that we've taken away many messages that will be useful for us in the future. One of the ideas we've heard today, perhaps the most relevant, is that gender budgeting is the best tool we have to allocate resources to those actions with the greatest impact on equality. And for this reason, conferences such as that of today help us put those tools into place. Rogelio Abarquero has showed us the important role that external control bodies play in the control of equality results, not only in accounting. He pointed out that there are significant weaknesses in the implementation of the more technical aspects of gender mainstreaming in the EU budget, and he also stressed that the European Court of Auditors recommends reinforcing the institutional framework for gender mainstreaming. both in the technical aspects as well as investing in the dissemination of impact. From the European Parliament, Alexandra Powells has presented the methodology used by the European Commission to classify projects and programs according to their importance to attack the existing gender gaps. The classification illustrates the gender impact of the ESF+, the ERDF funds, which are also very important in Andalusia. And she gave us some very good examples. Carolyn Mayers also brought us the experience of the European Social Fund Plus in the Flemish region. This strategy is based on 4 pillars: motivation, continuous attention to the process, highlighting senior management, technical support, and constant and regular assessment and awareness raising. In sum, she's given us very good advice and recommendations on integrating gender with the AMOR system. We were delighted to hear how Andalusia integrates the gender perspective throughout all phases of the European funding program cycle. And in this regard, Mar Garcia told us that the funding commitments increase according to the degree of integration of the gender perspective, and in the implementation there is of a monitoring committee and a thematic network of equality that monitors the implementation of funds. And then Pilar Garrido explained the gender perspective from the planning stages of the Common Agricultural Policy and the privileged situation to reduce gender gaps through the implementation of European funds in sectors such as the agri-food industry and agriculture. And then again, we saw that video of the woman of the innovative project of putting seeds to germinate on the moon. That was extremely inspiring to hear. And then Ignacio Alguacil from the Basque Country highlighted one of the determining factors in the application of this fund in the implementation of the statute of women farmers and maritime women in 2015 in the Basque Country, and the technical staff involved in the management of the aid in the Basque Country. Maria Jesus Moreno showed a more operational approach to the principle of gender equality in the project financed in 3 areas: in tourism, culture, and sport, promoting female employment, digitization, and the better reconciliation of family and work life. Finally, Cesar Martin showed us the integration of the gender perspective through the European funds in active employment policies, highlighting the progress that in the Andalusian Employment Service has made in putting in place it following up on the recommendations of the budget and gender audit of the 2020 AGP plan by the Commission of Gender Impact of Budgets. Taken together, all of these reaffirm that gender budgeting is the best way to address gender equality in a cross-cutting manner in all budgetary policies of the Junta de Andalucía. From the Regional Ministry of Economy, Finance and European Funds, we will continue to promote and support initiatives to adapt the public budget to the Andalusian reality. And I hope today's conference on economics and public budgeting for gender equality has met your expectations and that you will take away new ideas and examples that will allow you to move forward socially, economically, and in inclusive development. So I end my thanks to all of the speakers, obviously those, especially those who have come from different cities and places around Europe, to Alicia, Del Olmo, to all of the organizers, to all of those who have been with us throughout the morning, both here in the auditorium as well as on the streaming channel. On my own behalf and on behalf of the F.P.A Foundation, who has been fundamental in organizing today's conference, thank you very much for your earnest and devoted hard work. We hope to see you next year again for the next edition. Thank you very much for your attention and for your participation.